And I would not allow teachers to take the surprise test
Why?
because surprise tests are just for me, from my point of view, when I hear the name of surprise test, it's just a small heart attack for me because it's very often that I'm not prepared for it as I'm really very busy in my routine.
Oh, so which is your favorite TV channel?
TMKOC.
I know it's full form. Okay. So what characters do you like in that?
I like all the characters.
Okay. Like all the characters. Which is your favorite one?
I used to like the old Sonu, but right now I don't like anyone in that
Why?
because each and everybody is new right now, so the show is not interesting. That's why.
Oh. So have you ever watched any news channel?
It's boring for me, so I don't watch it.
Have you ever watched any sports channel?
Sports channel, right?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, which is your favorite sports? What are your favorite sports?
football, basketball.
Oh. So do you know why do you like the basketball?
Firstly, I was not really very interested in basketball, and as I am very heighted, I'm a tall guy, so that's why I like basketball.
Oh, means you have some advantages.
Yeah.
Oh. So do you know that there are some basketball players? Can you name them?
No, I don't know any famous sports basketball player.
Okay. Okay. So what types of ingredients would you like to have in cooking?
Okay, so firstly, I don't have any personal interest in cooking, so I hardly cook anything because I don't cook. I never cook. Like when my mother is like busy anywhere, I just put on or put off the gas. Other than that, I don't do any work.
Oh, it means you are not a fan of cooking.
No.
So what types of things do you like the most?
In eating,
Yeah.
so I like paneer, chili paneer.
Oh, have you ever tried paneer palathia?
No.
Oh. So do you know that there are various types of ingredients in paneer?
Yeah, I know that. Like, it depends upon the type of paneer. If it's chili paneer, so many sauces are added in it, and sesame seeds are added. Um, yeah, that's it. And paneer is also good. And if it's a gravy paneer, like paneer butter masala, like these, or matar paneer. So in matar paneer, peas are added, different spices, butter. Some of them add butter like these, and in most of the shahi paneer, I have seen that paneer is not roasted, and butter is added, cashew nuts are added, etc.
Oh, so what are you doing right now?
I'm doing conversation with you.
Okay. So have you ever means you are learning for your exam?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want any exam?
I want and I don't want also, because in exams, while attempting exams, we can know our progress, like how we are progressing in our school. And I don't like exams because we have to prepare a lot in it. A bulk of chapters are coming in the exams, and um, for especially for the people who especially for the students who are having a busy routine like me, it's not possible for them.
Yeah, means there are many students that are very busy, very much busy.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, but some teachers are there that are always giving extra homework for the students.
Yeah,
Okay, is are there like these types of teachers in your school?
till now I haven't got any teacher giving extra homeworks.
But in our school we have got the computer teacher. She is giving one chapter to write in one day.
In our computer textbook, there is nothing to write. So it's only of an explanation and practicals. So practicals we do in our computer lab, and rest of the part is upon our computer teacher.
Oh, you are very lucky. But we are right. We have to write one chapter in one page.
Yeah, it's in God's hand. Whatever He wants, He will do.
Now you can ask me some questions.
And which topic? Sorry, sir, but I'm not live in YouTube. That's why. Yeah.
Sir, I how I will do three things at a time. No, sir, not like that. I am writing and I am speaking, and now I have to mention. Send chat or in the this all in class. Your voice is very slow. Okay.
Okay, Aryan, which topic would you like to do the conversation?
On any topic.
Would you like to go with general questions?
Yeah, it's depend on you.
Okay, so how was your day today?
It was so equal average.
Okay, why was it average?
Because like things. Firstly, I gone. Firstly, my day I started with. Woke up today very early. I don't want to wake up because today there I am only getting one day holiday.
Same with me. In first, third, and fifth Saturday, I'm not getting holiday, and it's very busy for me. Even on Sundays, I'm having my karate class. But today it was not done much. I was having a cheerful time in karate class. But at that moment, when I got to know that, like, I'm having my computer exam tomorrow, so I was very hyper. I was very shocked about it. So I started studying after having my lunch. So it was going like this, and after that it was like busy for me. So yeah, you told that your day was average as you got up early. So why did you get up early?
My mother told me that you have to go for cricket academy, and I thought that today I will go, but it was raining outside. My mother made me fool, and after that it was raining whole day. So I cannot go outside to play. I had to study, sometimes watch TVs, and I when it was 5 o'clock, I mean no, while it was 4 o'clock means a small storm came here.
Okay. So, did you have in lunch today?
I heard paneer masala.
Okay, so was it great for you?
Yeah, with I have heard it, I ate it with means tandoori roti.
Okay, so was it ordered from any restaurant or was it prepared in home by your mother?
It was prepared in home by my mother, and
And
sometimes
what
I make
about
videos.
okay, and what about the breakfast?
Breakfast means I have some what you say groundnuts.
Okay, and okay, and yeah, what about the dinner? What are you going to have in dinner?
I have had it already while doing the class only.
What did you have?
My mother ordered a pizza,
Oh, what type of pizza was it?
magenta.
Okay, and what was the size of the pizza?
It was large, means large and medium in middle.
Okay, you mean that medium?
No, not medium. You can say large because it was very huge.
Okay, so with whom did you had that pizza?
With my mother.
Only with your mother?
Yeah, because my father is on duty.
If I'm right, it's Sunday today, right?
Yeah, but my father has duty. Means
Okay.
he is getting holidays on. But firstly, he was getting holidays on Sunday and Saturday, but now it's changed the holiday timing.
Okay. Even my father in Nagpur, when I was in Nagpur, he was also having some night shifts on Sunday, so he also used to go. Okay, so great. And right now, I don't have any questions. So it was a wonderful conversation from my side, Aryan.
Same here.
Okay, so hi, Vihan.
Hi, Ajasvi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm also in a good shape. Okay, so in which topic would you like to have a conversation?
Any topic?
No, it's upon you as you have to decide the topic for conversation.
I don't know.
Okay, so would you like to do conversation on a memorable event?
Yes,
Okay, so you can firstly ask me some questions
on events.
on a event which was really very great for you. You loved it a lot.
Uh, there is not a event that I loved. Yes, yes. There is one event.
Okay,
My
so
last, my last day. My last month means there was an event like when teachers were having a restaurant of stall of games and we have to buy a ticket and then we can play games and eat food. That was the best memory of my life because after few months we got transferred to Mumbai.
okay, and what all things did you get, and what all things did you do in that event?
So many we played games. We ate chaat, pav bhaji, and we met all our nursery and first teachers. That was
Okay,
that.
so and what? When was your last day of school? When did you went there for the last time?
What?
When did you go there for the last time?
your date?
Okay,
Can you
and
can
why?
you tell me it?
Sorry, I also don't remember it.
Okay.
Okay, so now I don't have any questions. Now you can go with your questions.
Okay. So how is your day going?
My day was average.
And what is tomorrow?
Tomorrow is my computer exam.
Do you like computer?
No,
Why?
I don't have any interest in computer. I don't know why.
Okay. So uh, what are the chapters coming in your computer exam?
There are three chapters coming in my computer exam, and the first one is our computer operating system, application, and software. The second one is designing in Impress open source, and the last one, third one is modifying styles in OpenOffice Impress open source.
Okay. So what what homework did the teacher give in Open Office Impress?
She told us to do a practical and make computer system.
Okay. So which which is your favorite teacher in our school?
My science teacher is my favorite teacher.
And okay. So which is your favorite subject?
My favorite subject is math.
Okay. So nice to meet you. That was a nice conversation
Yeah, from my side also. So, sir, I have done the conversation.
with Janvi.
Yeah,
And
I've
so we-
for two times, and if Janvi can do now also.
As I'm also feeling hungry now. It is time to eat.
Okay, sir. So I have done conversation with everyone, and even Janvi I have done for two times. So it's time to wrap up for us. Excuse me, sir. Are you there? Okay, sir. Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Bye, sir.
Discontinue.
Okay. So yeah, it was about mistakes teachers make. So I was based on my experience. The first mistake I made, it was like giving instructions with a lot of information, because I was thinking that because I am fluent and because I am fluent and I have to show them that I am good at English. I will speak fast and I will give them the instructions as the lowest I can, and I did that. So imagine that I am in a class and I'm with beginners and I'm like this. Okay, guys, so let's see how are you? How you doing? How was your day? How was your week? And they are like, I don't know what to say because I am beginner. It's like, hi, fine, yes, and they they didn't they didn't know how to answer bunch of questions I asked them at the first class, and it's not like that. So being being direct, giving instructions as the most simple as we can, it'll help. And if not, it might hinder because we have something that it's like an acronym that it's like KISS, like KISS, and it's like keep it simple, something like that. Simple. It's like KIS, and it, I think that's for each teacher. So the mistakes that we make is like because we show them that we know English, we speak a lot in English, and the second thing that we make as teachers is to give them the words in our native language. It's like translate because they don't think in English. And at least nowadays that I have more experience, I make them to think just in English, to have and to insert the English chip. So I like something that my one of my students made like 2 weeks ago because uh, that student also can speak or is learning French. She was in the classroom and another student, how do you say in English? And she was like, no, right now, no, because I am with my English chip. And it was like, oh, I did that. I involved that student in my class. She was just thinking like in another language, but I like that action because I observed that I was doing like good uh such a good job. Um, uh, other mistakes. I think that we make lots of mistakes that students don't notice them because they are beginning on their journeys. So that's a secret. But I am still in the beans now. They don't notice that then as we get experience, so we um we realize when we also like make some deep thoughts about or of about or teaching and things that may help or may be updated, something like that. What do you think? What are the mistakes that teachers make?
Absolutely, actually, teacher, it's really nice talking and hear from you. And I could learn something that what are the difficulties people find learning English in your country. So, as you mentioned, that some people think that maybe it's very expensive. That is also one of the reasons that I never discovered till I just came to know about it. I thought maybe the most of the thinking it's difficult, my level is very low, and I can't learn. I'm not much educated. I have no confidence. But one of the reasons you mentioned is sometimes people think that learning English is very expensive, and this is also one of the difficulties for an English learner. But as you explained that you should not be thinking these days we have a lot of options, as you mentioned about AI, broadcast, YouTube, a lot of things we keep on getting involved, and then some applications are also there to help people learn English language, and other barriers also you mentioned. And then second thing that you explained about what are the things that people make it complicated, especially the teachers. And it was like, sometime if I am, for example, I'm any beginners, if they are coming to me learn English language, and if I'm a new teacher, so what happens, most probably the teacher try to show off himself and herself, how fast or how fluent am I in English language. And maybe the beginners are not getting, for example, you told that you asked a bunch of questions to them, they don't know what to answer. So this is also the mistake. Making it more complicated means that actually we are there to help people to speak English. But if we, start showing off ourselves in manners, that's not going to help them to learn language. It is going to become more complicated. They have a little mind. They are trying to help. They are trying to learn something. They are focusing there to learn, but going beyond their understanding. So they are not going to pay more attention. One and another thing you said that what are the things that is similar in your country and my country, which I don't prefer actually. An English teacher giving a lot of information in the native language to teach English to the students. Finally, it a small information about English language. They're explaining, maybe there is one sentence explanation if you are giving in your native language at least for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That means that learner, that student, he understood that one sentence fully, perfectly in his native language, not in English. So the purpose is, how can we help people to speak English? It is not giving them a lot of information in the native language. Finally, they know English in their native language. They understand English in their native language. When it comes in speaking, they have to translate from their native language to English, which is a long process. It does not help them to speak out. So the question is, how can we make to think in English language? Any language we speak, it is because of our thinking ability, the thinking power. Thinking power will require the word power, imagination, making sentences. Any language we want to express, maybe we want to express our thoughts, emotions to someone, to whomever we might be talking to. At that moment, how do we have ability to think in that particular language based on our word power? How do we arrange the words, group of words in a sentence in a right manner so that it makes a complete sense? Then using words in sentences to express our thoughts and emotion to someone. For that of all, we must be making sure that we do have the thinking ability in that language, any language it may be. For example, I speak Spanish because of few lines. That means I only know that much. Even one word can make me to get stuck. I have no word for. I just know hola, como te llamas, okay, muchas gracias. What? That's it. To ask me more, I have no word power. Thinking ability is zero. I have no thinking ability in Spanish. Only 5 lines or 5 sentences I may think because I know. So a teacher should not be making it more complicated. More complicated means giving a lot of information about English language in the native language will not help. It may help them to understand, but it's not going to help them speak out. And speaking very fast in front of the beginners in order to show up is also one of the mistakes that English teacher shouldn't be doing. And we are there to help them to speak English. Actually, what is the biggest challenge in teaching English? The biggest challenge in teaching English is, how can I make other people to speak English from their mouth fluently? It doesn't mean how fast I speak, how good I teach, how brilliant teacher am I. I can be in my imagination, maybe in my perspective. But if someone is joining with me, how quickly, how confidently, I can make him and I can make her to speak language. Making people speak language is one of the biggest challenge. If we are able to do it, all the things are okay. If we follow a lot of strategies, lot of methods, grammar, translation, this and that, finally they are not able to speak. Everything is useless. It has no use. That's why I like the way you are drinking, action, helping them to think in English slowly, step by step, help them to understand the word. For example, they know anything if you want to do in English language, we say drink. That can be coffee, that can be water, anything you take like this. Then what is this? This is drink. They got a new word. How? Not by reading, not by listening, just by showing the action. Through your own action, you taught them a new word, and based on that word, they started to make sentence also. Okay, what you want to add? Do you want to add something in it which I missed?
Uh, in, okay, I would like to add that something. This is about my one student I have, and it's puzzle. It's puzzling. Uh, this for me because I um I have one student who is a woman that I think that she might be 55, something like that, but she's really good at grammar. Yeah, like and I always try to tell her that all the grammar that she has to apply it in English and in speaking. But when it comes about speaking, she gets really nervous and she cannot even express what she knows in grammar. And it's like if you give her a written exam with 50 statements, she can do it easily. But when it comes about speaking, I think that she's like closing her comfort zone and she doesn't want to release like all the all the things that she knows. And it's hard for me to take her out of her comfort zone, and I haven't done it. And this is this is like kind of puzzling for me because I want to take her out of her comfort zone. So what a piece of advice will you give me in order to like to take her comfort zone?
Yes, now this is a good question that you have asked. Okay, so if you talk about maybe giving some a piece of advice for you, so I want to tell you that that lady who's 55 years old, having very good knowledge about grammar, even she can achieve 100 out of 100 in the written exam. That's okay, no doubt. So what happens? It really shows us that having very good knowledge about grammar may not help us to speak English language, because the knowledge she has about English grammar, that is in her native language. She has not started thinking in English language. Fine. She has a very good knowledge about English grammar. That knowledge is in her native language. This is present, this is past. No, here is this is passive voice, here is article, here is preposition. Lot of knowledge. But now it comes in speaking out. She has not practiced a lot speaking English language, and her thinking ability is not at all in English language. She thinks, but it takes time for her. But she's good in grammar, no doubt at all. Very good knowledge. So what should you do? You should always tell her to think in English. Think in English means tell a story. Let's talk about our daily activities. Take a topic, allow her to speak, If she is not able to speak, you give some examples to her. When you give some examples, then it will happen. So finally, what you can do, you can teach her English to English method of teaching and learning English. Stop the translation method. Say that you have very good knowledge. I'm not going to talk to you in the native language at all. And second thing is that if anything I want to explain, or anything I want to teach, I want you to understand it in English. Don't try to understand it in your own native language. As you know, for example, maybe go. What is the meaning of go? Definitely the most of the people will choose their native language. Yes, go means this, go means that. So the thinking ability is going in their native language. You are talking to me from foreign country, you are asking me go, but I'm thinking meaning in my native language. Okay, so if I keep on thinking in English, go means move from one place to another place. Go means move from one place to another place. Then some examples. Okay, where did you go? I went to market. What is the meaning of went? Went means I've been in market. Now I'm here in front of you. That's why you are asking me, where did you go? I said, I went. I've been there. I came back. I'm in front of you. So, helping people to think in English and having a lot of conversation. Just most of the time, you need to allow her to speak some sentences, stories, discussions, daily activities, little, okay, let's talk about the past events. Maybe let's talk about more, what are the most difficulties, what was the most difficult time that you faced during the COVID-19, and see how is she able to make some sentences, where is she finding difficulty to speak, and why is she having difficulty to arrange some sentences and express herself in English language. And she might be having very, you know she might not be having confident at all. She might be very much afraid of at that moment. She might not be uncomfortable at all at that moment when she wants to talk. So the better is that making people to think English, allowing them to speak more. That can be maybe by repeating with you. For example, you are a teacher. Okay, dear learners, I just want to tell you today the value of time, or the importance of time in our life. What is time? Why time is very important? How can we utilize time? Speak 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After that, tell them what did you speak, how can they speak. When they are speaking, at the time, you make sure how are they making sentences, word for word, pronunciation, some mistakes, and who are trying to speak better. This is all about making people to think in English, allowing them, giving them lot of time for practicing language. Practicing language is more important. I know you are fine. In order to learn English, I have to ask you 100 times, hi, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. The person who is sitting next to me is already fine. It doesn't mean that I'm asking his real condition. I'm trying to learn English. Hi, how are you? What do you do? Where are you from? What's your job? Question answer method of learning English. Asking questions in English, answering questions in English will help you to learn English language. One of the methods to be followed, that is called question answer method of learning and teaching English. Asking a lot of questions: when, why, where, how much, how long, how far, how often, auxiliary verbs, how to arrange question words, how to arrange a question sentence in English language, what should be the answers. Sometimes speaking English doesn't mean that people don't have confidence. People have difficulty to understand the questions. If I'm asking the questions which begins from how often, they don't know that question. They know English, but they could not understand. For example, okay, how often do you brush your teeth in a day? How often do you brush your teeth? How often, what is this? A simple question is, you brush your teeth how many times? This is a broken communication. Fine, if I'm arranging it in order, making it according to the grammar sense also accurate, then definitely the new learner will have difficulty. So my suggestions for you, the lady who is 55 years old, allow her to think in English, have constantly interaction with her, allow her to speak more in your lessons. Most of the time a teacher is speaking whole all the time in the class, and students are saying yes sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes ma'am, no ma'am will not help you to speak English at all. Giving a lot of chance students to speak language. You are as a observer, trainer, mentor. If they make mistake, if they have difficulty to make a sentence, you can help them instantly, giving 5 6 examples how you supposed to be making a sentence. For example, you tell me, talk about your daily activities. I don't know, I'm getting stuck. Then you are giving me examples. You can say, first of all, I get up so and so timing, then I get ready, maybe I get fresh, I go for morning walk, I do this, I do this, helping in between, assisting me. Then your assisting can help me to speak more sentences step by step.
Yeah, those examples as clues, they take it as clues. As you said, yeah, it works as examples. And yeah, thank you for that piece of advice because I think that I will apply it because sometimes I have forgotten that when it's about intermediate or advanced level, you should allow your students to speak more, not you. Maybe when they are beginners, you are the only one who speaks in front of the class a lot. But when they are at an intermediate level, so they must speak more than the teacher. And if they are advanced, so it's the class is all about it's all about theirs because they should speak more than the teacher. I think that's what I have been taught in the academy where I work because when and some things I have forgotten that I but you know something that works a lot in my classes in order to speak them more, it's debate. Like sometimes we I think that I like
Advantages
one topic that
versus
we
online
discussed.
classes versus offline. We are doing it a
Yeah,
debate.
or Coca-Cola versus Pepsi. Some things like are like tiny, but
Online
they
shopping
are
versus offline,
controversial.
village life versus city
Yeah,
life.
or yeah, like shopping online,
Yeah,
shopping face to
is
face.
uniform
Those
compulsory for students in your school? Should it be banned?
or yeah, yeah. Or one topic that should students have homework or not? And some of the students said yes, other ones said no. And also there was a mom in the students that was saying, I think that no, because my little children don't have time, they don't want to go out because they are full of homework. And other ones say, I think that yes, in order to practice. So controversial. Or what is the most delicious fast food? Some students say McDonald's or say I don't know, Pepper John's, Kentucky, or something like that. It's like when they have to compete, they get involved more. And here it comes the next question for you. Like, what has been the hardest topic to teach in your class? Um, let's think of an intermediate level. What's been the hardest topic to teach? And then I will tell you two that for me, I have felt that it's difficult to explain and difficult to get at as a student.
Okay, so what's your question?
Like uh what's the hardest topic or what has been the hardest topic for you to explain? explain to your students? For
Okay. No,
example,
actually, for me, there is no any hardest topic to explain to my students because any topic I prepare, I can have very good knowledge about the topic and then I can explain. The hardest thing is only that how can I avoid when people speaking English their mistakes. This is the hardest topic that I'm facing. For example, I know I have been teaching students, so many time that present indefinite tense will follow SES with the first form of verb if the subject is singular. Everybody knows it. When it comes in speaking out, so most of the time they are avoiding it. It's not becoming their habit of speaking. Like for example, he go to school, he don't know. It should be he doesn't know or he goes to school. The most common mistake students are keep on repeating present indefinite tense, always forgetting to add SES with the first form of verb if the subject is a singular. They know rule, they understand it, but when it comes in speaking habit, the practice part, the chances are that they are forgetting it. They are not able to put it into the practice part. Like, yes, ma'am, I have a friend. Her name is Mary. She write very good. It's supposed to be she
mm,
writes.
yeah,
So this is the hardest topic we are facing. The what we are facing, how can we make people accurate as well as fluent in speaking English? For explaining as a teacher from my side, I can prepare topic for based on my knowledge. Maybe after preparing the topic, I don't think that I will have difficulty to explain because of my ability. But how students are understanding, what is going to come the feedback, that is the hardest topic. And how are they going to speak language confidently, that is also the hardest topic. But for explaining, I don't
yeah,
think, because what I think, we have a lot of information these days we can collect from here and there. Internet is still available, any topic, get a lot of
mm,
information and study by myself, and take a lot of time. Maybe if I'm little weak, take more time. And then as a teacher, I definitely know I have that much ability to understand the topic and to study more and then to give good explanation. But my explanation, how far it's gonna work to my students, that's the challenge. And what the outcome is going to
yeah,
come, that is also the challenge. I may speak from, for example, I told you 100 time, I told my students present indefinite tense with the first form of verb, with the first form of verb will follow SES if the subject is a singular. He goes, it works, she helps, Neha sleeps, Mary writes. Yeah, they practice. Now we want to do the general conversation. There the mistakes are there. He don't call. So now how to
yeah.
change
She
he don't to he doesn't? It's a very big challenge. We are fighting with our students all the time, and we don't allow. I don't want to become fluent having broken English and wrong English, or the grammar is not accurate. Sometimes accuracy also matters a lot. For example, you as a teacher speaking here, you do have fluency, good pronunciation, as well as you are accurate also. There are some things which is very important in English language: fluency, accuracy, pronunciation, word power. All those things are very important because people love to listen you more if you are fluent, if you are accurate, if you have good pronunciation, and you use a good range of vocabulary in your conversation. All those things are very important. I hear that people saying
yeah,
that,
thank you.
yeah, I hear that
Yeah,
people say
thank
the grammar
you.
is not important. Yeah, grammar should not be studied for speaking English as a grammar rules, set of rules in schools and all. No, it should be practiced in such a way so that whenever we speak, talk, it becomes our habit to speak English accurately. Not wasting lot of time for learning rules. Finally, they remember the rules, not not English. They know the rules, but what is the rule of present past tense? They are good in rules, but when it comes in speaking out, they fail, or they most of the time they get failed in practicing, putting them into the practice part, which is lacking. That means, so allowing people to speak more, and then as a mentor, as a trainer, keep on finding their mistakes, finally making them habitual to speak correct English, which is the biggest challenge that we keep on walking. Having fluency with wrong English,
Yeah.
everybody can do it. Yeah, go on.
And let me add this expression because I always repeat it. And it's like if you don't use it, you lose it. So it is applied to any field of your life. Because if you don't have that repetition, you you will lose it. You will lose it. If you don't practice, absolutely like something. But there is another saying that which is well learned will never be forgotten. But it's controversial because if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's then it comes another saying that it until you make it. Like there are many things like okay, but maybe my question was like not well made because I wanted, as you said, because I prepare my classes, because I do this and I do that, so I haven't felt any hardest topic. But maybe let me change. Let's think of an advanced level and what's been the most challenging topic to teach
Yes.
for you as a teacher.
Yeah, as the advanced language. Now if you talk about still I you are saying about teaching, as I said you that for teaching preparation we have lot of information these days. If we study well, we can prepare. Only the problem is that how my teaching is going to work 100%. That is the biggest challenge we have. Maybe some topics what I'm teaching, that's not hardest, people are easily understanding, though it is hardest also, maybe I have the way of explaining and all. But finally, making people to speak language, this is the biggest challenge. Now let's talk about modal verbs, advanced language, or the passive voice. Passive voice is okay. The modal verbs, students are always confused. Modal verbs are used for possibility, suggestions, ability, request, prohibition. Now they are confused. Can be used for permission, can be used for ability, can be used for suggestion. One can so model verbs sometime if they don't have, students don't have the that much understanding about the grammar, so it is making them to get confused in the beginning. For example, you can take taxi from here. This is my suggestions. Taking taxi or not taking, that's your choice. All right. He can find all the streets in London. It's talking about his ability. The person is having ability to find all the streets in London. That means he's very familiar about that city. He's living there. Okay. Now it can be suggestions. So now this topic, whatever explanation I give, putting it into the practice, sometime the students are not that much accurate. So I think I'm talking about the kids, not the adult. Adult can easily they can get it. And advanced grammar topics are sometimes difficult also. Difficult in the sense means not as the explanation, getting the 100% feedback from the students, whatever I'm teaching or explaining.
Yeah, and it's because we have grammar rules and each rule has its own exceptions. Like, uh, yeah, sometimes it's not the same for example, with countable and uncountable nouns that we have lots of exceptions. Like, when we have, like, for example, a word that ends with F, then in
Hmm.
plural we have to write it
Roof,
like with the
roofs,
Z. Yeah,
yes. Yeah.
yeah. It doesn't
Knife,
make sense at all.
knives,
Yeah, knives.
VES. Now roof, roofs, only S, not VES.
Or belief
Beliefs.
and beliefs. Yeah, it's an exception, or yeah, that are controversial. Or for example, rice, it's not countable. That beans is countable. So it's like, wow, it's like um kind of puzzling, or like shocking for them. But and in my case, in based on my experience, let me tell you that the topic that I have felt the most challenging, it's being direct and indirect object.
No, no, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not that much difficult, I think so. If you think it is difficult, and I will have one day discussion with you, and it will be made very simple. What happens, it depends on the tips and the tricks these days, especially any topic. It is difficult because we have know the shortcut methods about that particular topic. Once we know some tips and tricks, it's very easy. Any advanced topic
No,
is
I
difficult
mean,
because of we are 100% confident in the basic English. Once our base is 100% accurate, and any advanced topics, I don't think that it's going to be that much harder. Yes, it can be, as you said. Why this is difficult? Because this is fully based on the tenses and rules. If you know which tense is this, how it is going to be get converted in direct indirect speech. He said that means now the second part of this sentence is going to in the past. The first portion is already in the past. He said, he says.
oh,
Very simple.
oh, yeah, yeah. But I think that you are thinking about reporter speech. But
Reported
in the
speech.
case of, yeah, in my case, I'm thinking about direct and indirect object. That it's like, he told me, no, or I'm not gonna use reported speech verbs, because say and tell are from reported speech. I will use explain, and another one that is send. Okay, send can be used and direct and indirect object. Like, he sent me a message, like he sent me a message, or he sent uh, a message to me. It's like the order. Or then he explains me, it's incorrect. He explains to me. So that's like a
Yeah,
challenging topic to teach them, or
absolutely.
to teach students, and difficult to get. Why? Because you have to, like, keep in mind those verbs that can be used with indirect and direct object, or those that only can be used with do. Like, and yeah, that's like something that I don't like to teach in English. I will say that yeah, I don't know, but it's like
Sometime it will give
challenging
you
for
lot of
me.
stress in your mind also. How can you make them to understand?
Yeah, for
Absolutely.
sure.
Absolutely. So yeah, you do have good knowledge about grammar. I do appreciate you for it, because teaching advanced topics are also very important, step by step, based on the level of an English learner. If they are in the advanced level, how can we help them to learn some advanced topics? Now, what do you want to say to our viewers, our subscribers, our friends, our students? What's your message, or what's your suggestions? Maybe the piece of advice, whatever you call it, those who are learning English language. And because this is the live session, I want you to give some advice to all our subscribers, friends, students, parents, followers, whatever you call it.
Yeah. Okay. So for the people who will watch this, I will tell them like the first thing that is difficult to get is confidence. At first, if you are not confident enough, so you will be always ashamed to speak, and it's even difficult to speak in your native language. It'll be and it'll take more effort to speak in another language. You have to keep it in mind. But if you don't get confidence, which is the most important thing that helped for me to express myself in English, I think that it'll be more difficult to in this language. So first, I will tell you, and maybe this will sound like a cliche or something like that for you, but don't be afraid of making mistakes. If you think that you are mistaken, you are not doing something right as the way it is. So fake it, like make as many mistakes as you can, because that's the way we learn. So to be successful at a point of life, we need to fail. Like, uh, I'm teaching like something that it's called. I'm teaching something that is in a phase that is failure and success. So failure and success are both together, and sometimes we need to fail in order uh, to get success or to be succeeded at something. Um,
There is a statement
I will,
for it.
yeah,
There is a statement for
yeah.
it.
Could you please remind me that?
The statement is failures are the successor of pillars.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I will tell you that make as many mistakes as you can, fail and fail. Failure is something that will help you a lot. And also, there was a man that I remember from a reading that tried to like climb Mount Everest, and that person failed like 3 times or 4 times. No, I think that 3 times, and then the fourth time that person um, succeeding was succeeding in climbing Mount Everest. That person also said that I I wouldn't or yeah, I wouldn't have known how to climb Mount Everest or how to be succeeded if I couldn't climb the or if I couldn't fail the 3 times before, because with the 3 times before I learned how to do it the fourth time and how to be successful by the end. So, with the mistakes that you are making now, maybe when you're speaking, you will be able then to correct. Or the thing that also really helps, it's like to record yourself. I think that nowadays many people have cell phones. So cell phones are by us. So just take your cell phone, put it in front of you, and record yourself. Like try to invent a story to make up. Try to make up a story and try to bring up all the words to the video. Record yourself and then check it. Like maybe you record 3 minutes to 4 minutes, but just in English. You're cheap in English, and record it, and then you watch your own video. You watch yourself, and you also get some feedback from it. Like, what are things that I can say like that, or things that can sound better like that. And my advice for you, like if you want to learn a little bit fast and to have more fluency, so for sure record yourself, or also shadowing. Shadowing is a technique that helps a lot. Like maybe you watch a video or a short video, or from an exam from a movie, and then you try to repeat the same, that trying to imitate that native speakers, or it doesn't matter if it is not native. Also, it's only if the person speaks English, so can help you. But also, this is important to know and to keep in mind, that not only because a person speaks English can help you with your English. So be careful with that. And I think that uh, I have given today or my deepest thoughts, because I had never like expressed too much, because in front of a camera, because I have always done it like in my face-to-face classes, but this is the first time, because I really hate like virtuality, because it's like it gives me flashbacks from the pandemic or something like that. Because I graduated from high school when the pandemic was in my country, so maybe that's why. But I hope you have learned something from me today, and um, that's it. I don't know uh, what else to say, but I think that I have already expressed myself.
I want to tell you that why am I learning English? Because English is international language, and in my school we have to talk in English, and my teachers also in school talk in English, and my motive is to learn English because when I grow up I want to make a bright future and talk in English in front of everyone and give speeches and lectures. And I have joined. And after joining these classes, I have learned many, such as first day when I joined, I had learned introduction, then I have learned vowel sound, consonant sound, and I saw my friends how they are talking, Manvik, Divyansh, they all in the morning class. And I saw them, they're talking very fluently, very greatly, they're reading also. Then I'm in 4th standard, but my Hindi will come in 5th standard. So when I read the Hindi also, we have to read sometimes. So when I read the Hindi, so I get confused. But I try to read now in 5th standard. Won't struggle reading Hindi also. And I am learning here many topics, such as first day I learned introduction, vowel sound, consonant sound, and types of questions, and auxiliary verbs, 6 sentences, silent letters, and I'm learning how to make situations.
Hmm,
And my conversation skill is also improving.
very good, that I can see that you are getting very flow. How this is happening, that your English is not stopping at all. You are just speaking blah 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 blah. Blah. Okay, so would you like to explain any topic which you like the most? How is the teacher? You just want to give me a copy of the teacher? Can you demonstrate the teacher's action? What is the topic?
Yes, sir.
How is she teaching?
Yes,
How
sir.
does she explain?
She
Yeah.
she explains like when we today morning also it happened. Today morning when we joined, teacher first told let everyone good morning. How are you? Are you fine? Did you are you free? Ask questions, and then she asked some questions, and anyone like my friends, they don't understand the topic, so teacher just share the screen and teaches us, like such as auxiliary verbs. So this was the homework to learn the auxiliary verbs, but they were confusing how to learn this. I can't learn this. The teacher was explaining how much she want to explain. She explains, but the student should get the full knowledge of learning. And so like auxiliary verbs, like she gave me homework, so I completed the homework.
And then she gave me auxiliary verbs. We have to make that description, and that is, am, are, was, were. So first she teaches that what are auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verbs. There are 24 auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verbs has the main verb to describe action. That action has happened in the past, or is happening in the present, or will happen in the future. Like this, she explains. Like she makes a sentence. Like she is going to school. She went to school. She will be going to school. Like this, she teaches us what is past, what is present, what is future. She explains us little part, and we understand it very properly also. And I will tell you now auxiliary verbs. What are auxiliary verbs? Auxiliary verbs are helping verbs. That all I told now. Is, am, are, was, were, do, does, did, have, has, had, shall, should, will, would, can, could, may, might, must, have to, need, dare, used to. Like this, she tells us, and anyone don't
Okay,
understand, so she teaches
explain
us.
all the auxiliary verbs in these sentences and keep on making situations also. Let me see that how are you going to explaining
Okay,
this. Go on.
okay. Like from is. She takes is and she tells how to make sentences. From is. He is going to school. No, he is not going to school. Is he going to school? Is he not going to school? Why is he going to school? Why is he not going to school? Second of it. She is a dancer. No, she is not a dancer. Is she a dancer? Is she not a dancer? Why is she a dancer? Why is she not a dancer? Now is am. I am bathing. I am bathing. No, I'm not bathing. Am I bathing? Am I not bathing? Why am I bathing? Why am I not bathing? Now from am. I am playing in the park. No, I'm not playing in the park. Am I playing in the park? Am I not playing in the park? Why am I playing in the park? Why am I not playing in the park? From are. They are eating sweets. No, they are not eating sweets. Are they eating sweets? Are they not eating sweets? Why are they eating sweets? Why are they not eating sweets? Like they are going to the temple. No, they are not going to the temple. Are they going to the temple? Are they not going to the temple? Why are they going to the temple? Why are they not going to the temple? Now from was. I was okay. I was artist. No, I was not an artist. Was I artist? Why was I not an artist? Why was I artist? Why was I not artist? From was. He was disturbing me. No, he was not disturbing me. Was he disturbing me? Was he not disturbing me? Why was he disturbing me? Why was he not disturbing me? From verb. They were beating that person. No, they were not beating that person. Were they beating that person? Were they not beating that person? Why were they beating that person? Why were they not beating that person? They are bad students. No, they are not bad students. Are they bad students? Are they not bad students? Why are they bad students? Why are they not bad students?
Excellent. I do appreciate you. How about the used to? Did you practice the used to? The use of used to? How do we use it in sentences?
Used to means मैं करता था ऐसे. मैं करती थी. That's the Hindi pronunciation. मैं करती थी. So I used to go to the park. I used to play in the park. I used to go to my grandfather's house. I used to go to my grandmother's house. I used to go to the bank. I used to go to the shop. I used to go to the market.
Well, appreciate you. And with used to, we always use the first form of verb, and it is always used to talk about the past habits. Anything action that we used to do in the past, but now we don't do it.
Yes.
That is
Means
called
that is called past. That is past tense, which it is done like that.
Hindi meaning is going to be किया करता था, किया करती थी, किया करते थे.
Yes.
When I was a small child, I used to cry, but now I don't cry at all.
When I was a small child, I would used to play with teddy bears. Now I don't play with teddy bears.
Yes.
Because I'm a grow up.
Very good. Not I'm a grow up. I am grown up. Grown up. Now
I'm grown up.
And you said there in the online class before, I think 2 minutes, that I want to become bright future. Not I want to become. I want to make my
I want to make a bright future.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because I gave you the topic there for conversation speaking practice. The topic is going to be for you. Just describe a teacher who has influenced you a lot in your education. Like, I mean to say that, talk about a teacher who has really helped you a lot in your education.
All about
You tell
my
in your own
English
words. If
teacher.
you make the mistakes
Okay,
and
okay.
all, don't worry. I'm here to help you. Go on.
Okay, all about my English teacher. My favorite teacher is Tanya teacher. She is my English teacher. I met her in my class only because she is our class teacher. And if I have any problems during the topics and the subjects, she is always there to help me. And all the students like that teacher. And she explains every single topic very properly. But now the summer vacation are going on, so our fourth standard is completed. My result came, and now I'll go in fifth standard. So now I will never meet my English teacher. So I'll miss her a lot and lot. And she has helped me with my fourth standard studies very much. And when her teachers day came, we gave her a very great surprise. Like we made greeting cards and we made decoration. We decorate the board and write there Happy Teachers Day, and we gave her chocolates and pens, and we celebrated that day also very greatly. And she helps me anytime I need her. Like if I don't understand homework. If any homework she gives us and I don't understand, so she also tells me again and again. She can tell me, and she is friendly and she's so funny also. And I am proud of my English teacher. Thank you.
Okay,
Sir, your
what
mic
she
is on.
gives, she gives. All right, good,
Yes, I have a
nice.
last line. Can I tell you?
Yes,
She encourages us to study well.
yes, she encourages us to study well. Absolutely, all right. And what are the 5 skills or 6 skills to develop in English language, and why are they
I know.
important? Yeah, go on.
I
And
know.
give reasons
Listening.
also. Reasons why are they important?
Okay. Like listening. First is listening. We should listen. A person who is talking, we should listen to him. And if he tells something wrong, so we can make changes to his English also, and our English will also improve like that. Like I was talking and you are hearing to me.
How our English will improve like that? If the person is speaking wrong English, we will tell him to improve his English, and our
No,
English will be
no,
improved by learning from his bad
no.
English. No, 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 no.
No, he is telling something and something bad he has told, like something difficult and something problems he is having. If we help him, so our mistakes which we make, it will be get corrected. And after hearing, we can also make more sentences like a teacher. If a teacher teaches a student, so students will hear properly. So that's why they can understand the topics
Okay,
and
I speak
lesson.
now. I speak. Let after that you can speak. Okay, I speak. You listen. Then whatever you listen from me, then how much can you speak it in your own words in free? Okay, in free language means don't get afraid of and something not like that. I will speak something. After that, I want to see how can you speak whatever I spoke after listening. What is your ability to speak? How much can you remember and how much can you add from your own side to speak that out? Okay. So first one is called listening. Listening is very important skill in improving English language, because any language we learn, the first step of learning language is called, for example, a small baby. How does he learns language? Just by listening. His mom says to him, Papa. Then he says, Papa, Papa, Papa. But he doesn't know how to read Papa, how to write Papa, how to pronounce Papa. In Papa, there is a consonant or there is a vowel. He has no idea. He's a small baby. But how did he learn? Just by listening from his mom. So that means that listening plays very important role in the process of learning language. First of all, any language we want to learn, we just need to listen from people. How are they speaking? Doesn't mean that we understand all or we don't understand. Just listen. How are they speaking? The words, sentences, pronunciation, how these all things are going on, and then maybe one day we don't understand. If we keep on listening regularly, then we will understand, okay, what is this opportunity? Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Later on, then after 2 3 days, I can also say thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. In the beginning, it was difficult for me to pronounce the opportunity, but I keep on listening from other students when I joined in the online class. And then after 2 3 days, also the students learned that how to say this word, the opportunity. What is the meaning of this? So it means the first step to learn language is called listening. Listen from people carefully how they speak, how do they make sentences, how they talk with one another. So listening from other people will help us to learn language, because when we listen the words, the sentences, the sounds, the pronunciation, and later on we try to find out the meanings of those words. And then after understanding the meaning, we later on use those words in our sentences also. For example, students learning joining in the first time in this online class, they find difficult to pronounce the word opportunity. They don't know what is the meaning of that, but after 2 3 days they learn that what is the meaning, how should I pronounce it, how did it happen, just listening from other students how are they speaking. So that means listening is the first step to learn English language. So what should we do? We should listen language whenever we get time, wherever we get time. What should we listen? We should listen from BBC, CNN, English news, any English movies and English drama stories, any city, anything is going on in English language. We just need to listen, and sometimes we need to listen from any other YouTube channels also how people are talking in English language, try to understand some sentences, the topics, the word power. A lot of things we can improve just by listening, because listening helps us directly to improve language. After listening, we have to try to speak it out also. Now you tell me, what do you mean by
Yes,
listening?
sir. The first step to learn English is listening. And for example, there is a baby, and if he want to speak something, he can't speak, but his mother tells Papa, Mama, so he can speak it out, but he can listen and speak it out, but he don't know there how much vowels are there, consonants are there in that Papa word. Like next example, it is that if like opportunity if I am telling, if there is a new student coming to our class, so when I was there, I also came first time, so I saw opportunity introduced. This is getting hard, how I don't know, then now I
And
am
some
getting
students,
fluent.
they are also getting difficulty. The
Yes,
opportunity,
and in
they
the
are forgetting, they don't know how to pronounce it. Opportunity, they are saying chutney.
yes, in the morning class I also realized this. In the morning class that Kumar came na, he's a new student, he's small, but Kumar, he was telling he couldn't speak it out. So his mother was helping him to speak it out. I was observing that.
So how listening can help us to improve language? Once again, you explain now.
Okay. Well, listening can help us to improve, such as if we listen to a person. If we listen to a person and he is talking something fluently, American, Japanese, British, so we can hear to him. Like in the classes you showed us the video, she was telling slept, sleep, slept. So I was hearing the pronunciation. That was so big. Then I thought that I would also try, that I'm trying, then I can talk so fluently in front of you, sleep like that. So I want to become like her. So I am talking and practicing how I heard how she was talking. So it is happening to me also, same to same. I'm hearing to somebody and I'm speaking. I'm trying to speak it out.
Yeah, so two words, the pronunciation. So not the pronunciation, pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
One thing is pronunciation, second thing is called heard. Not heard, hear,
Heard.
heard, heard, hear,
Pronun-
heard. I heard. Pronunciation. Okay.
Sir, I can tell this pronunciation heard.
Yeah. I heard this story. I heard about that incident which happened there in the morning time.
Yes.
Okay. What about the song also? Do you know that the baby they learn the song by listening also? Lakdi ki kathi. How are they
Yes,
learning
yes.
this? How?
They are
How?
learning. They are learning because I can tell you an example also near me. Near our neighborhoods, they are living there. So there are two twins there. Two twins. So they are every day they are hearing Lakadi Kika. So I am hearing also. They are miss hearing them hearing like this. So they are also learning. They are
That,
small babies, twins.
so this is the impact of listening
Yes,
skill, because they are listening, and then after listening they are also trying to speak. So for
yes,
example, learning English language also, we need to listen more whenever wherever we get time. Keep on listening something in English language. Doesn't mean that you understand fully or you don't understand. Just
yes,
listen the pronunciation, sounds, sentences, words. All right, now let's talk about remaining skills: speaking,
yes.
reading,
Speaking.
writing, thinking, singing.
Okay, speaking. I'm going to talk about speaking now. Speaking like I am speaking to you, blah blah blah. Blah. I'm speaking lot of with you. So in the morning classes, I was talking lot of conversations, lots and lots of questions I asked to that boy. So teacher told, when will Neha stop? Means other also should get the chance. So everyone done in the last when I was telling my teacher was telling it's time to leave now. How much will you talk? It's great you are speaking blah blah blah. You never stop. Like I just hear and speak it out, speak it out, speak it out. Means my mind runs like I'm talking to you. So I'm explaining you. I don't know how much I'm talking, but it's explaining you like a teacher is explaining to a student.
Okay, so second skill is called the speaking. So this is the most neglected skill. So we need to speak out. Whatever we learn to speak out. Why? Because if we don't practice speaking, so sometime we won't be able to pronounce words clearly and exactly. For example, I give you one word to speak unbelievably. It was not coming out from your mouth correctly because of not
But
having the practice of pronunciation, how this word has to be pronounced. But now you can speak it out.
yes,
Speak.
unbelievably,
See?
unbelievably.
Yes. So the first day, this word, even you understand, but if you want to speak it from your own mouth, it's not
I
coming.
sir, that day I thought that we have to correct. Means this is unscrambled. We have to scramble it. Put it
Yes.
in right order. That I thought.
Yeah.
Then I told unbelievable. But then you told me that you had to say the word which I am telling. Then I told. I knew it. I would pronounce it, but then I thought, okay, let's it.
Very good. Appreciate you. And what about reading English? How reading English can help
Reading,
us to?
yes, I know.
Hmm.
In also I have examples for everything. I have examples for everything. Now in the for example, in our class, now vacation are going on, so nothing is happening now. But in our school, in our class, the teacher always told us that now your revision, everything is done, exam is going to come. So read the revision front of the class. So I was so happy. Oh, I will read the. But teacher gave always the chance to somebody else. And we are used to wait for reading. So when one day my chance came, then I was reading. It was a little bit difficult because I was not confident in front of everyone. So then I thought that I will never learn how to be confident. After coming these classes, I learned how to be confident. So then learning, then reading. I was reading the words and some words were very, very difficult and very big. So I couldn't read them. So teacher would always help me, but then at home I started to practice how to read big
Very good. Appreciate you. Yes, absolutely. Neha, you have really got the confidence. I see that after joining in this online class, such a good platform, you got that. Now your speaking is flowing like anything. It's marvelous. Yeah, now we are talking about the reading skill, because reading definitely helps you to improve English language. How?
because
Because, yeah, yeah.
yes,
Explain.
you tell.
You excellent.
Because I did already explain. You tell because I tell it big letters.
Okay.
You tell.
Listen now. So reading will help us to improve English language, because and how? When we read anything, we read because a group of words which contains the group of words which makes a complete sense is called a sentence. That means in a sentence there are group of words. So when we read all those words one by one word, we keep on reading. So while reading in English language, what happens? We improve our word power. We read a lot of words which are in a sentence, and some word meaning we may not know. By reading, we will learn the meaning of those words, whatever new words we are reading. So what happens when we read any sentence? There are new words, and then some are big words, some are small words. So if we read anything in English language, reading will help us to improve our word power, and reading will help us to improve our English language, how the sentences are formed in the written formation, how are they written there, how is the grammar there, how author is trying to explain his thoughts in the written English language. What are the words? How is the grammar used? Where is the passive voice? Where is the past tense? Where is the present tense? Which kind of a vocabulary is there? What are the meanings of all those written sentences? So when we read,
Yes,
it will catch our mind. It will help us to improve the word power, improve our grammar, understand the grammar structures, and understand the sentence formation, the long sentences, small sentences, vocabulary, the structure of the grammar, the tenses. A lot of things we improve by reading English also. Yes, go on now.
yes. And sir, I was telling it is from me, from my side message that like I read the auxiliary verbs definition. Like auxiliary verbs are helping verbs at all. How did I learn that all? Paragraphs in school exam. When we go to exam, so we always read this answer. So we are scared the teacher will take our oral. So we should read. And after reading, we can learn in our mind. So, like auxiliary verbs. For example, I gave you auxiliary verbs like is, am, are, was, were. From reading only, I learned, right?
Absolutely right. Yeah, that's why we do have the screen presentation also in this online class, so that students they do get the chance
Can
reading also.
read, read.
They
Yes,
can read there. If the teacher is reading also, they can at least see, watch on the screen how are the sentences formed there. All right, now let's
yes.
talk about writing skill little bit. Yes, go on about writing skill.
Okay. Writing skill like in the school we always write, and writing always like I wrote this auxiliary verbs like it is hard to pronounce. When I came here, it is really hard to pronounce, but after writing the spelling auxiliary verbs, auxiliary UAUX, so I learned it and I can pronounce it properly now. Like auxiliary verbs I can pronounce it very greatly.
Okay, and then yesterday I have taken the written test, 6 to 7 online class. I know 7 to 8 online class. I found that some of the students they are still finding difficulty to how to form the sentences in the written English. Like one student he forgot to write the full stop at the end of the sentence, the comma, this
Yes.
exclamatory sign, interrogative sign, capital letter in the
Question
beginning,
mark.
question mark, all those things. So the written English is very important because you are going to get full marks in your school in written English, not in spoken
Yes,
English.
if in Marathi or Hindi, when we write something, so full stop, matra, this all, if we forget it, teacher cuts our number. So writing is also main.
Yes, so it means if our writing is 100% okay, our language is also 100% okay. Now, two more things, two more skills are left. What are they?
Singing.
No, before that, thinking in English. Why this is very
Yes,
important? Let's talk about this skill.
thinking.
Yeah.
Thinking. Like you was explaining me, so I was thinking that this. I was not understanding everything you are telling me, all the chapter, but I was understanding how to frame by my own, getting the idea, thinking, yes, this I can tell. Like that action I was doing in my mind, my brain was working hard. He was working and he was thinking that yes, this can happen, you can tell this. Sir will be impressed like that.
Okay. Now, in thinking, we have learned the first step.
And
First step in thinking, we have learned thinking in words,
yes,
thinking in
thinking in
sentences,
sentences,
thinking
thinking
in
in
paragraph,
paragraphs,
thinking in
thinking in
stories, thinking in
stories,
situation,
yes,
thinking in any ideas, thinking in anything in
and
your mind.
movie. Like anyone likes write a movie in Marathi, Hindi, or English, anything. He writes a movie, so it is a big concept. Like paragraph after situation, then movie. Movie is the biggest. Who can always write.
Absolutely. Now, the question is that why can't people think in English language? What do you think about that?
Because they don't want to talk in English. I don't know why, but I want to talk in English
No,
because
no, 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 no. They can't think in English language because they don't have enough word power. They don't know a lot of words in English. That's so how can they think? If they want to
they
think, we should have words in our mind, right?
son. Can I tell you one thing? Their hometown like I am for example I am Marwadi. I am from Rajasthan. So I'm Marwadi. So when I sleep, I dream in Hindi and Marwadi. But now I change English because
Ve-
their hometown from when they was babies, they always the hometown was in their mind. But now my dad told me that you should learn English also. It is main international language. If you don't know this, nothing can happen. This is main language. So I also like English. So I dream in English, think in English, read in English, write in English,
Sing in
listen
English.
in English,
Sing in
sing in
English.
English.
Yes, now finally talk about what you mean by singing in English. Can singing in English also help us to improve English or not?
Singing in English can improve us how to talk in English also, because singing when we that tunes that like oh God you are my God, like that the tunes are there.
Sing
So
this song completely. Did you learn or have you forgotten this song?
uh
How
I
much?
learned I
Okay,
know.
okay, okay. Sing.
Okay, okay, sir. Oh God you are my God, and I will ever praise you. Oh God, you are my God, and I will ever praise you. I will seek you in the morning, and I will learn to walk in your ways. And step by step you lead me, and I will follow you all of my days. Oh God, you are my God, and I will ever praise you. Thank
Very, very
you.
appreciate. Yes, you did a good job. Yeah, how singing can help us to speak English language. What do you think about it? Now, finally, let's talk about this particular
Okay.
topic.
Singing can help us like I sing the song. The tunes were very romantic. When we sleep in the bedtime, someone tells stories, some parents tell stories, but some parents tell songs. Like I'm telling Hindi, Lori. In our state there is. So when the baby sleeps, so their mother had to do slowly. So they sleep so very well because that particular thing is coming in their mind. They can sleep. It's great music. Like music can also help us to learn English. In this, English lines are there. And like example, everyone sing the caste music. Like I am Marwadi, so in my village, everyone sing in Marwadi. But now I am learning how to sing in English. Now after you told me to learn this, oh God, you are my God, and now I am learning new songs. I have not learned any song after this, but I am trying to and searching on YouTube which song I will learn next. Then I will sing this song again on YouTube.
Very good, absolutely. Because singing in English, how can it help us? Because we are speaking sentences, and sometimes we are remembering the tone, and then music is there in English language, music, tone, the sounds. So ultimately, we are learning English. If we are
And
feeling comfortable in singing in English, and our English is being improved also. Yeah.
in free time when I am tired, I am bored. So what I do? I take the mobile and search for songs. I can sing. I can
Yes,
practice.
yes. In free time also we are when we are free, so we can sing English songs in order to improve our English and then see the pronunciation, the sound, the tone of that song, what are the words we can learn, and then how can we learn the song, and then how can we speak that song sentence in English? How can we sing in English in songs?
Yes.
Very
And
good.
sir, I want
Yeah,
sir, I
very.
want to tell you one thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is example from my brother only
Mm-hmm.
when he was little. It is about listening. I'm just telling one line to two lines. I'm telling that when my brother was little, my father and me 3 years from 3 years we are learning English. My father and me. Then when we talk in English, three forms of verbs, all I practice at home. My brother, he was little, so he would crawl on the floor. He was so little, 4 years old, 5 years old. Then he listened to us, me and my father. So my father always give me this example. Look how he did here. You also learn and hearing power. You grow your hearing power in the classes. You should be attentive like that. So when he was little, he also learned English. Like magic. I was shocked. How did you learn English? My father told that I know how did he learn English because he was hearing to me and my father. So he could hear that how they are talking, what is a sentence. He don't know anything like what are vowels, what are consonant sounds, but he knows how to talk in English.
Yes. He doesn't. We have to say he doesn't know, and that is the one thing you always remember. And second thing is that most of the time when you are talking the subject, there we should not say me and my father. That is the wrong sentence. So we have to always say I and my father.
Us,
I
I
and
and
my
my father.
I and my
Okay,
father. I and
I and my
my father.
okay.
Okay, because I is the subject. We don't begin any sentence from object. Object is me. Me is not used as a subject to begin the sentence. Me and my
Yes,
father. I and my
me no.
father. That's broken English. Actually, people, when they
Yes,
speak, they don't realize it. They think that this is a subject. No, me is known as a object according to English grammar. Personal pronoun. I subject, me object. So we
yes.
don't begin any sentence with object. The sentences are always begun from subject.
From subject.
Yes, absolutely.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I couldn't make 6 sentences when I joined these classes. And before, not when, before. Before I joined these classes, I couldn't make six sentences,
Before
or I
joining,
couldn't make
before joining,
before joining.
before
Before
joining.
joining these classes, I couldn't make 6 sentences, and I couldn't speak auxiliary verbs. Like
Oh,
I was so broken English. Like is M R was were then what how like that. But now I can talk fluently and properly.
yes, absolutely. And as you know that we are starting the new batch based on our parents' request yesterday. Some of the parents they requested us, sorry, not yesterday, the last month, the month of April. So some of the parents they requested us to begin the new batch. It was not possible at that moment, and then in the previous month to start the new batch. But now we are planning to begin the new batch based on our parents' request. What message do you want to give to the new students joining from different states, and then how can they learn English in this online class? How should they be careful about learning in this online class? How attentive they should be? What are the topics they are going to learn in this online class? Will they be learning English in this online class or not? Are they going to get confident in the online class or not? So tell something
Okay.
from your own
Okay, sir.
experience. Yeah.
From different, I saw that I observed this from different states. Many children are joining here. It's great. I'm happy that in the
And
morning batch, Kumar.
this makes it a national level online class. Here is not
Yes,
only
yes.
from
I
one
will. I
state
will tell it.
student. Yeah.
I will tell it in the last that English is international language at all. I will tell why should they learn English, all that I will tell. And sir, I was telling that I am happy that in the morning batch and evening batch is full of students. In the morning batch only 4 or 3. But no, I am happy that in the morning batch they will join. Like Kumar, he joined in the morning batch. For conversation, group conversation, it will be great opportunity for us to talk to another people, another students from many students from joining from different states and different countries. So it will be easy for the students to talk with their friends, make new friends, and all, and improve their English. And I want to tell one more thing that why should they learn English? First of all, they they can learn.
How can they learn English? Because
Okay, okay,
always
how
they
can?
have the doubt. Whenever they call, the parents will call me, hello sir, good evening. Can my son learn English in this online class? What are the topics? How will he learn? Can you give
Okay, now I'll tell.
guarantee? Yeah.
I'm telling now. Look, in these classes, if they can't join these classes, they don't have the opportunity. Means they don't have any something problem is there, so they can just watch the videos. Like I also, if we make any YouTube video, we put on YouTube. So I always watch that video. Which mistake I have made now, and which any mistake I don't make, I'm happy that finally I didn't make any mistake. So we can see also on YouTube. Like if any other people want to join these classes, they can call this sir and tell them like this my child wants to join these classes and all, and the topics I'm going to tell you what are we learning in these classes. And like we are learning, first of all, when I came, I learned to introduce myself. Like first of all, why it is necessary to introduce myself, because any person, if anyone asks that please introduce yourself, so we're confused. So what I tell the first line, so we can tell that thank you sir for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. We should introduce ourselves because the person who is asking, he will understand that where are you from, how old are you, what is your name, all. And the people who can't join these classes, they can watch the videos on YouTube.
Can they improve their English or not? Those who
Yes,
are the new
surely.
students. How can they improve
How?
their
Okay,
English?
okay, okay.
Yes.
I'm
By
telling the
joining
topics.
this
First,
online
when I
class.
came,
Yes.
okay, first when I came in this online class, first day, I had to learn how to introduce myself. Second day, I learned vowel sound. Third day, I learned consonant sound. Then I learned auxiliary verbs. Then I learned how to make sentences, situations, silent letters, WH question word meaning, and etc. Many things I learned here, WH question word meaning. Like anyone tells me, tell WH question word meaning. I'm a little bit stuck, but I'm practicing on it. That I should tell it now. This time I should tell it. I'm practicing it WH word meanings also. And auxiliary verbs, like I told when we started this video, I told that is like he is a doctor, that all 6 sentences also I made like that, and I'm learning 6 sentences also from do, does, am, are, shall, should, will, would, all that. In the morning batch, we are learning new topics also. Like ma'am told us today's homework was vowel sound. Vowel sound we have already done, I know, but from vowel A we have to make like vowel A making a sound. So we tell ball, hall, stall, but we can make more words from it. That was the homework yesterday, not today. Today's homework. Today's homework. What was it? What was
Okay,
today's
so you
homework?
get the homework also in online classes also. That is the good thing.
Yes.
Homework, PDF, and conversation, practice,
Yes.
lot of things and all. I do appreciate you, Neha. It's very nice talking to you that you joined here only for I think 10-15 days. How many days you are here in this online class? Maybe 10 days.
I am not 2 weeks. 2 weeks and 3 days.
2 weeks,
2 weeks
three
and 3
days,
days.
and what a tremendous change is taking place here. And the
Conversation.
conversation
I
is
like.
conversation
Yes.
is really
The best thing I like in this classes is conversation, 6 sentences, and auxiliary verbs. Best I like.
yeah. If you keep on learning more topics, and then you will like all those topics as well also, because whenever
Because highest level I never went there because I'm from the basic level. So from the basic level, whichever I have learned topics, I just told you now. And which is my favorite? I told you that auxiliary verbs, 6 sentences, and
WH question words.
WH question word meaning.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. I'm very happy talking to you, and then really we want to see. Now, the purpose of Divya English Academy is to help students, especially to help kids to learn English language. Why? Because English is international language. English is the language of education. Most of the students are studying in English medium schools. They don't understand English fully. They don't understand the grammar concepts. So if you don't know the English and you are studying in English medium school, then how are you going to get good marks in your subjects also? If you
And
know
sir,
English fully, then you will have no problem at all to study any subjects. Yeah.
sir, you told that we should understand the English if we are studying in English medium. My father also told me that only, that if you will complete this problem in the childhood only, in the future you will make a bright future. We want that to happen. So
Absolutely, yeah. That is the dream of that is the mission and the passion of the Bia English Speaking Academy. Our goal is also to help students from different parts in our country and giving them opportunity to learn language in this platform, and wherever they are joining from different states, helping them how to learn language from basic level itself, and then make them to become master in English language. Once they get mastery in English language, understanding grammar, speaking, reading, writing, and everything, anything they want to do further in future, so they can do. There will be no problem at all, because English will not become a stumbling block for them to grow in their life. It won't be hindering them. If they know the language, it's going to be one kind of great opportunity for them and great motivation for them. Finally, what do you want to say to our viewers? What do you want to say our parents, and what do you want to say the students from different batches, and what do you want to say the people those who are going to watch this video on YouTube? What's your message to all of them?
I want to tell that if you watch these videos, please try to join. And if you can't join these classes, please try to see the videos. You can see the videos. It is possible for you to see the videos on YouTube. So please like and share and subscribe our channel.
Okay, very good, very good. So appreciate you. So hi viewers, to our channel, Divya English Academy, and at this moment I have a new learner joining from state of West Bengal. Let's see how is she practicing and talking to me. This is going to be one kind of basic English eligibility test before we take the candidate in our online classes. Would you like to introduce yourself, please, dear student? Go on now.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Lamish Nawaz. I am from Kolkata, West Bengal. I study in grade 8. I'm from Narayana School, Newtown. My father name is MD Sahanwaz Alam. My mother name is Mrs. Sophia Sarvam. My father is a serviceman from his passion, and my mother is a lawyer. My hobbies are to do karate, skating, and write stories and poems in my free time. Uh, Thank you so much.
Okay, so why do you like to write stories in your free time, and what kind of stories do you like to write?
I like to write stories because, according to me, I have the like I have very much thinking skill. I imagine things very much, and I have the habit of overthinking things. So whenever I overthink something, I just pen down my feelings in a type of story. And I mostly write fiction stories and imaginative stories. And in my stories, I mostly use poetic elements and devices also, which enhances the structure of this.
Okay, so what can be the impact of stories in the life of people? What do you think about how it can impact the people's life? Why the story is very important?
Story cannot affect one's life, or like cannot become a boon to one's life, or nor it can become a bane to one's life. It's like the hobby of someone. It's like someone is good at something. Whenever someone writes a story, that's not only for publishing or showing it to other people. It's like their passion of writing. So I don't think that it will affect one's life, because I usually write it just for my happiness. And there are many authors who write for others also. It's for their interest, so that they don't feel bored by reading their stories. They feel interested by reading their stories. So basically, for interest, they write stories.
Mhm. But now the question understanding is very important. It's not like I'm not talking about your story, I'm talking about generally, like what
Yes.
impact stories can have in the life of people. So it doesn't mean that stories they don't have the impact in the lives of people. Definitely they do have. When you read anyone's story, you get penetrated in your heart, an incident
Because
happened in
in
someone's
uh,
life, everything whatever we know, Like for example, if you are knowing someone's biography, bibliography, if you are going through that, and that is also one kind of story, maybe teachers telling you a story how happen things in someone's life, and then we learn. So there are some, like, difficult time and the challenging time, and we see the people coming from very lower background and reaching up to the very higher level. So whatever he has gained in his life, so listening and that reading stories, something like that, it really gives us a lot of
Inspiration
confidence,
and motivation,
motivation,
courage.
and courage also. Yeah, how could it happen? So maybe this is not fair to say that I think a story, it cannot do anything in the lives of people. No, people love to
But
hear
there
the
are some
stories.
fictional stories which cannot do any impact, but autobiographies and biographies can have an impact in people's life. Because a fictional story don't I don't think it have any impact on people life because it's for just interest.
It's the
But
interest of people.
yes,
Absolutely, that can be the interest of
yes. But
people.
autobiographies and biographies are for courage, motivation, inspiration, like that.
Absolutely. Now the question goes for you: how did you come to know about our online classes or the Via English Academy?
Um, Actually, my family came to know about your English classes from your YouTube channel. Actually, my parents were searching a tutor for my sister because she's a beginner for English. So they founded your channel in the YouTube channel, and they we got your
Not
number also there.
founded.
It was
What
there.
do you
So
mean by founded?
we found.
First form, second form, third form. These are the
Yes, yes.
common
Sorry, sir.
errors.
Yes.
Once we become habitual, what is the problem happening with the students joining from different states, especially studying in English medium schools? They are speaking English, they speak English, but some grammar errors are there which are not being
Yes.
corrected in the school. Later on, it is becoming their habit. They are becoming habitual of to speak something like that, which is very difficult to remove from their life, from their speaking habit. Founded, sended, these are the some
Yes,
common
yes.
errors, and then students, they have become habitual. Officially speaking like that might not make impact. It's not going to be suitable at all. We must be making sure how should we responding. He doesn't. Most of the people are saying he don't, and most of the time forgetting to use ses with the first form of all verb,
Yes.
with the singular
Yes.
subjects in present indefinite when talking to someone. So those kinds of habits will only be developed while speaking, or when speaking language to someone who is an expert constantly, and understanding how the sentences are being constructed by someone whenever we are expressing our thoughts, ideas, emotion to someone, to whomever we might be talking to. Okay, go on now. What were you saying? What was your question? The
Yes.
question was, how did you come to know about
Yes.
Divya English
Your YouTube.
Academy? So shouldn't we forgetting the question? Sometimes students,
Yes. Yes.
joining in this online class and listening language constantly from me, finally they forgot the question. What was the question? So it shouldn't be happening. How did you come to know about us or about the Divya English Academy, and what made you to send us WhatsApp message or us to give some inquiry to inquire about our services and all? Go on now.
Actually, my parents were finding a tutor for my sister for English. Actually, she's a beginner, that's why. Uh, and we found your channel in YouTube named Divya Academy. Uh, there many students who had joined there, and we saw
There
your
is
YouTube
many
short and
students.
videos.
Not there is many students. There are.
Many students there.
There are. Hmm. Okay.
Yes. So there are many students join in your YouTube channel. We saw shorts and videos. Like they were speaking English fluently. So my parents thought to just put a call and message, give you a message that yes, they also wanted to enroll there.
So it means you got motivated by our students. That they are speaking
Yes.
English very confidently.
Yes.
Very good. So what would you like kind of videos did you watch or like what video
Uh,
made you to think that yeah, the students, lot of students joining here in this
Actually,
online classes?
we mostly like we have only seen your short videos mostly. So there, like a group of students were speaking English when talking to each other. So we saw that how fluently they were speaking to each other.
Okay, it means by watching video and then seeing the confident level of students in short videos, how are they speaking language confidently, that made you to join or else to inquire about online classes or for our online classes
Yes,
services. All right. The next question goes for you. What do you want to become?
I wanted to become a civil servant and work as a civil servant for our nation.
I wanted, not I wanted. I wanted
I want.
means you are talking
I
about the past. Yeah, please go now.
Yes, I want. Yes, I want to become an IAS and work as a civil servant for India.
Why? Why do you want to become?
Because seeing the condition of our nation, because this is not a totally developed country, it is just a developing country, and I want to make a particular state or a particular place is totally developed in future,
Okay,
and
so
like what
yeah, yeah,
the
go on.
gender equality happening to everyone. Uh, the poverty line, many people are going below poverty line. To just enhance these things, I want to become.
Okay, so what are the development would you like to bring, or what kind of development would you bring? So if you become an civil service
As I,
servant.
uh, as I mentioned before, the poverty line issue that people are going below poverty line. So I would make more job offers for them, like the people
How?
who are not
How
that
this is
much.
possible now?
Yes.
The people going under poverty line. So how it is possible to offer the job offers for them?
Nowadays, many industries are set up like that in some of the places where people, poor workers or poor peasants cannot work there because
No, have you
they are
ever
not
thought
that much.
about it? Why the people are going under poverty line? What can be the reasons? If you are planning
Yes,
to directly offer the job for them, what kind of job? Why do you think that offering
yes,
job
I've
can
thought
only
that
solve the problem of this nation?
because most of the poor peasants are not educated. That is becoming the prior reason for not getting the job opportunities in industries or big multinational companies like that. And in fact, poor farmers are also sometimes nowadays big companies and industries are owning the lands and the farming agriculture like the in the agriculture in phase of like the industries there the big industries are also going there and just buying that. Now where that poor peasants or farmers will go now? So I would make many job offers for them where they don't require education, like not that also that they don't know simple language also, or they are not that much educated also, like the people
Mm.
who are a bit educated, not that much also, like they don't have degrees and all those things, but they are educated till 10th or 11th, they can work there and can enhance their financial problem.
Mhm. It means giving skills, making people to
Yes,
become skillful person. Okay,
yes,
very
like
good. But you must know that it is the education who changes the life of people. People should be educated well, not having the
yes,
knowledge. For example, now you are talking to me. If you think that you are in ninth class and not knowing anything, will that be possible for you to become civil service in future? No. So
no,
education is also one of the great factors that we are also working and making sure
yes,
that
but
people get the better education in our country.
yes, but keeping in mind that there are some people who don't want to gain education because they don't want to gain education, but also they are poor. So how can they will be getting the job? Because if somebody has studied till 10 like
Yeah,
that
that is
only,
the very good
and
heart
we
for
can't.
people. Absolutely, I do appreciate you. That's a very kind-hearted decision for the people to earn their livelihood in better ways. We should be having all those policies for
because
such kind of people.
the people who are educated, they can get job offers from anywhere, like from IIT sector or as a becoming a civil servant or doctor, engineers, etc. But the people who are not educated, for them, it will be a good thing to make job opportunities.
Okay, appreciate you. Now, so how was your exam? I think you might have recently written down your
Yes, yes.
paper. So how was your exam? Would you like to tell me something about your exam also?
It was not that easy. It was not that hard. Also, it was moderate. But
Okay,
the subject which I have prepared very nicely was not like that much hard for me, and like only few subjects were there, so it was not a hard job to. So it was easy altogether. It was easy, moderate.
very good. Now the next question. So, what is the importance of learning English language? Why someone should learn English language, and what will happen if we learn language or if we know English better?
Uh, so may I take 2 seconds?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. So actually, in our country today, we can see around the nation that there are many many places where English has become the, like, the main thing to be happening. Like, if the person don't know English, they can't work there. If the person don't know English, they can't study there. And nowadays in government schools also, it requires to learn English, because there are several schools that government schools that like they will speak English and not the native language of that place. And to work in companies like multinational companies or in India only, there are several jobs where it requires to learn English. Suppose becoming a doctor, it's not like only learning the native language will help to become a doctor. There are things which will require to learn English also. For like going in IT sector, there the major thing is that English only. If someone don't know English, they knows the native language of his or her place, then it would be a very hard job for them, because they're not able to gain that post in the IT sector. For becoming a civil servant also, they require to learn English. And nowadays in every exam papers also, there is a compulsory subject of English. So students and people have to learn. It is required to learn English in my case. And if someone is planning to go in foreign countries, that is very much important, because everyone don't know the native language of that particular country.
Very good. I'm happy from your response. So, dear students, I think it's very nice meeting to you, and your basic eligibility test. I'm happy and it's satisfactory done. Few mistakes are there that can be rectified. Don't have good vocabulary power, and flow is also being maintained while speaking and expressing your thoughts, emotions to someone. I do appreciate for you and for this, and maybe based on this your basic test eligibility, you may get some discounts also in the online classes also, because I find that you have improved yourself in better way. And yeah, while talking about English language, absolutely, this is the language of job, language of career, language of education, language of information technology. A lot of things we can include. Sometimes people talking to me from different parts in India, they are telling, sir, we are very talented, we have a lot of experience of working in IT sector, but the problem is that we don't know English. Because of English, we are not being recruited in some of the companies. That's what we are facing a lot of problems. We think that English is not the language of communication. It would not be wrong to say that this is the language of a job and career. Based on this, we are being placed anywhere and we are getting good jobs in high reputed companies with high salary also. So I do appreciate your answers. You have given the satisfactory answer, the importance of learning English language, and we would be waiting for you to joining in our online classes. We have national level online classes, participants joining from different states in our country, and as well from other countries as well. So we have one topic like our teaching activities. Teaching and learning activities are something like this. We have divided our class into two part. One part is like learning and teaching English, grammar structures, understanding the step by step going ahead. And then second part is exclusively for practicing English. In practicing English, we have like these activities: debate, storytelling, discussions, group discussions, speeches, and general conversation and all. So you may join in that class and then get participated and then meet people from different nations and different states in our country, and that's going to be a very good improvement sessions for you. Any questions, any doubts do you have?
No, sir.
France, and then having some general conversation speaking practice to her. So first of all, dear students, would you like to tell me something about yourself?
Okay, sir. My name is Alia Tanvir. I am from India, but I am living in France. I am 12 years old. I study in 6th class. So, so my school name is Ecole Hopital. My father's name is Mohammed Tanvir. My mother's name is Shabnam Parveen. My father is a mechanical engineer, and my mother is a housewife. And I want to become a gynecologist. Nice to meet you.
Where you live doesn't matter. Talking about the workplace, it can be the place, it can be the place where you are currently living. Tell me something about that particular place.
So I'm living in France in Manos city. It is a small town like a village, and it is very green and very beautiful. And the people decorated with lights, and it in Christmas time they decorated with lights. It looking very beautiful. And in summer the leaves are very green, and it is looking very beautiful. And I just love to live here because my school is also here and my friends are living also here. So I would like to live here, and I don't want to go anywhere from here to different city. And I like my school, and because it is very big and there are many classmates I have and many friends from different nationalities. So I would like to live here. So that is about my city.
Okay, fine. So would you like to tell me something about this city, the place as you described about Melon City? Like, how is this city all about? For example, the occupation of people, what kind of city is this, and what kind of facility do we have? How about the traffic, the crowd, the shopping malls? What are the facilities available, and then is it a big city or small? What kind of facilities do we have in this particular city, and for what this city is famous for? Would you like to give me some brief information about this particular city? Please go now.
Okay, sir. So it is famous of Eater. Eater is a place where my dad's job is there. So it is famous from Eater. So there is a building which is called Ecole International Hospital. It is made. The Eater made it, and they give the order to make this school. So the different nationalities people, different countries people came here and job, and the students can live there, but there is no uniform. We can wear anything, but there are many rules, like we should have to kind and polite, we have to follow all the rules. And my city is called Manos City, and winter season in Christmas there are many lights, and there are many places to take photos, and it is very beautiful. And in summer season there are functions, festivals, like sometimes it will be some firecrackers and music, dance, singing, and many are there. So that is a famous. My city is famous about eater.
Okay, and what about the occupation? What kind of occupation people have industry area, and then what are some other places nearby this particular city?
So there are many jobs like bus driver, train, and etc. But here in Manor City, it is very small city. There is no airport. We have to take bus and go to Marcy. It is a big city. But there are in Manor City there are buses, trains, town or village, something like this, and there are many jobs, and the
What
it is
kind of
famous
job
from the
actually?
eater and the
What kind of job people can get in this particular city? As you said that job, would you like to tell me at least
they can,
five, six jobs that people can get in that particular city?
okay, there are different kinds of jobs like barber. They can open their shop, their own shop, and there are, and there are many types of jobs which I don't know about. Different types of things like something it is building next to school. Some swimming pools are they are making for summer, and railway stations, and they can do their jobs. But the big one is eater because there are many jobs. But my father job is there. So there are different names and in French which I don't know, but yeah, it is something like this.
What about the barber shop, as you said? So I mean to say that how does that function according to our Indian
So
country? Yeah,
so there are very expensive, very expensive
I mean
barber
to say
shops
like the
like it
procedure.
is,
What is the procedure? For example, if someone wants to have his hair cut, so how can he approach to barber? Like in India, what happens if you want to have your hair cut? You just directly go to someone's barber shops and then you tell him
but
to.
in
But
France we have to take the appointment to take, and
appointment,
it will be very costly.
we have to take
Yeah.
appointment for having our hair cut.
Yeah, there will be different timing of like some
Why
2
do
o'clock,
we have
8 o'clock.
don't we have
I
there
don't.
sufficient barber shops taking appointment? Actually in India we take appointment when we want to meet to doctor, only then. Otherwise we no need to take any appointment, especially for having our hair cut. Can you tell me the
But
procedure?
in France, we have to
Yeah, tell me. If
take
someone wants
appointment.
to have his hair cut, what is going to be the procedure and how much is it going to costing you?
So, if the person wants haircut, so he goes
First of all,
to
from the
shop,
beginning.
and the first of all, the person who wants to cut his hair or her,
Not
so
not
he
not
go
who
to
wants to
the
cut.
barber shop.
Who wants to cut? If he wants to cut, then why he has to go there? That is called who
He
wants,
wants
not not he
he
wants
wants
to.
to cut his.
He, the person who not wants, who likes to have his hair cut, have haircut. Okay, did you understand? We don't say who likes. For
Okay.
example, is for example, if
Yes,
you are
sir.
a boy and if you want to go to barber shop, what will you say? You will say, I want to cut my hair. The barber will say, then cut. Why did you come here? It is like, I want to eat
Okay,
apple.
sir.
I want to eat apple. Okay, eat apple. Who refused you? That means you can do it by yourself. When you say, I want to cut my hair, means you are just asking permission and you want to cut by yourself. But in that case, we say have. have cut. If someone wants to have his hair cut or would like to have, I would like to have my hair cut. Excuse me, would like to have my hair cut. May I have my
Okay,
appointment,
sir.
please?
If he would like to have his hair cut, then he have to go to the barber shop. Then the barber lady say, okay, so you have to take
Lady,
appointment of, do
the
you want to
lady,
take,
barber lady, all are
if
ladies, no gents.
ladies or gents too, but if in the counter, if the lady is sitting or gents is sitting, he will or she will ask which time do you want, so she will give the options of time, then we have to choose one time,
Can't we
like
do
for
it
example
in
2 o'clock.
online? For example, I don't want to waste my time. Do we have the online facilities
Not
also?
online,
No.
no, we don't have,
Then
but
we
for
have to
doctors
waste
we
our
have.
time. Firstly, we have to waste our time just for taking appointment. Why this is very expensive there? There is a very difficult
Okay,
task then even to have our hair cut. In India, we have to
so
take
so
appointment
then
from doctor only, but not from the barber.
we don't need to, yeah.
We have a lot of barbers in streets
Yeah, I
everywhere.
know, so
Okay, go on. Tell then
I
what?
was really shocked. Why do we need to take?
Hmm.
Then,
Then what else?
then, then she will give a time, a time like for example 2 o'clock. So then the person should come on 2 o'clock. Then after that she will cut the hair and 70,000.
Oh
So
my gosh.
for two for two people it will be 70,000, but for one people it will be something something 30,000, 40,000, but two people like for me and for Anam it will be 70,000 rupees.
Oh.
So my mom decided to cut our hair in house because we don't want to go to there because it is too expensive. Why we waste money there?
Yes. Yeah, I would never go there if I come to know that it's this much expensive. It's much high even for having haircut. How about other items, eatable items?
No, the food expensive 10,000 rupees, 10 euro, and for a try it will be 1 euro, 100 rupees, and it is going like if we want one notebook it will be 2 or 300 rupees. But
Okay.
in India it will be cheap. I know, but I for stationaries I really like India because there are some stationaries and here are two, but they are very expensive.
Okay, I'm surprised to know that it's very expensive actually. 10,000, 14,000. Oh my gosh. So, how do people live there? So, for them, is it expensive or not expensive? The people living in France.
I think no, because they don't compare with Indian rupees, so they can leave. But we compare because every Indian compares, so we also compare how much it is. If we don't compare, then we can give 70,000 rupees to barber. But we should compare because it is very expensive from the Indian currency.
Okay, that's new information for us actually. So surprised to know this much amount just for having haircut. My gosh, if someone wants to learn English in France, so how much they have to pay? A lot of money they are wasting. We cannot give this much,
Yeah, it will be very expensive for one day.
and they will also not teach very perfectly. So I think India is the best country.
Yeah.
comparing than other things. So we have expensive things, but not this much expensive. People can afford actually very easily.
Yeah.
Some people can afford. Okay, nice to know about that information about the barber. Okay, so next let's talk about, okay, how about the street foods and all? Is it available?
Yeah, it is available, but we don't eat street foods because it will be very bad and they mix alcohol and everything. So we don't eat. We just eat home food.
We should not eat also. Like, do people have craze also there eating street foods like in India people eat?
Yeah, they eat and different types of street foods.
Okay, fine. How about the people behavior? How different are they from India? Because in India we have good people also, and then all kind of people we have.
In France also good people, but some are very kind and some are not very kind, and some are rudely, but some are not. So some are just kind and polite. If we want to ask question, they can tell.
Okay, how about in the public places in France? Do people fight in public places also like in India? Make lot of noise
No,
and then
no, because the police are around them, so they can't. And on Sunday here will be no noise, nothing, because everything will be closed and it will be on silent, just nothing. But cars still, the buses are not
so
available, but the still people enjoy the vacation.
how is the government here, the law, how strict it is, the police? Because in India we see sometime unnecessary fighting taking place without any reason also. Some people drinking alcohol and shouting in the streets. Do you find such kind of people in France also?
Here in shops there are alcohol and after drinking that, and they can't fight because police are just around the city. And when after 8 o'clock, then police will go back because it will be very dark. So yeah.
Okay, very good. And fine. How about the education system in France? How is the education comparing than India? What do you think? The education is better here?
For me, the education India is the best because the for studying it is not really serious. They just teach and go. But India, the homework is serious, writing is serious, everything is serious. But still, the education is fine in my school. There are rules and we have to improve it, our handwriting too. But I think for me, India is the best for school for.
Fine. So, how are the students here? What do you think that the students are intelligent in France and then in India? Who are more intelligent in your eyes, according to you?
I think both are intelligent because for France the French language is very popular and they always speak French and they are very good in it. And in India the English is very important, so I think English is very people can speak properly, but I think both are good.
So, what about the English speaking people in France? 50% people speak English or 90%?
50% and 90% of people speak
French, but lots of people did not understand English, so we have to understand them by using the translator, Google Translator.
Google Translator also we have to use. Fine. And how about the police and all some other people? If you want to get any help, definitely they speak English. I think so.
Yeah, they speak English.
Mhm. How about the teachers in your school? Do they speak English also well?
Uh, yeah, they always speak English because they learned, because it is very important, because lots of students is from different, don't know they speak English or French, so they should have to learn. So my teachers can speak English very perfectly, so I can ask anything with them.
Okay, fine. So don't make any background noise. All right. The final question is, how about the kids when the kids students they play in school? Do they fight each other also? Like in India, sometime the kids will
Yeah,
fight. So what did you do? What did
yeah.
you do?
In France,
So does it happen there
in,
also?
in France there is Indian students too. So always Indian students fight here. So always teacher have to shout on Indian students, and some Indian students fight with French students. So they have to go home. That if they don't stop fighting.
Who are in fighting area more powerful, Indian students or France students?
Hmm, I think Indian students.
Mhm. And what about Indian students are lazy in France also, or are they very active? Who are active
France students are active more. Teachers shout on them, so then they work.
Very good, very good. I appreciate you. You have got some good information about your country and about your city also. So why do you like your city? Tell me any 5 reasons. After that, we dismiss.
The first reason is it is very green, and the second reason is in my city, in the snows in January or February. But I think the snow will be in February because the snow is not yet here. So the third reason is in summer season there are very kind of functions and there are shows, so people go there and watch like dancing, singing, firecrackers. And fourth reason is uh, I got in summer season I got 2 months of vacation, so I really like it. And the fifth reason is I really like my school because I have lots of classmates, and sometimes in class there are some funny things happen, so it will very funny. So these are 5 reasons why I like my city, and in my city there is school, so I got my school.
Okay, finally, what you want to say the viewers? It's going to be the 10 o'clock now. 2 minutes are left. We will be dismissing. I want to appreciate your hard work and then joining very sincerely in the online class, obedienting 100% full, having good obedience, listening, maintaining the discipline, and then practicing language well. So, what do you want to say to the viewers before we dismiss?
Okay, so if you want to learn English, because if you do hard work you can learn English like me, but if you don't listen, if you don't follow the rules, then you can't learn English like others who are just time wasting. But if you want to learn English, um please careful with the rules and follow the rules, then you can be confident our video. So that's it.
Absolutely, dear students, I appreciate you. Hard work is very important, as you said, if you want to speak English like me, like others. So without working hard, it's not possible at all. Most of the students, they want to learn English. They don't want to do hard work for doing homework, learning word power, forms of verb, practicing some sentences and all. That's not possible at all. So Ali, it was really nice talking to you in this evening time. Let's meet. I think by tomorrow also we can have class. If I'm available, I will definitely let you know by the WhatsApp if the class is there or not. Okay, see you then. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone. My name is and I am the student of Divya English Academy. I am going to say some words for Independence Day. No caste can divide us. No law can separate us. No color and creeds can decide our future because we are children of one mother. Thank you. Happy Independence Day for all of you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunny. I am the student of the English Academy. And we will stand with courage. We will live with peace. We will die for the orange, white, and green. Thank you. Happy Independence Day for everyone.
Good morning to one and all present here. Today, I.G. Shika Vaidya, the student of Divya Speaking Academy, is here to share few lines on the topic, the freedom fighter that I aim the most. The freedom fighter that I aim the most is Lakshmi Bai, popularly known as Jhansi Ki Rani. Do you know what her real name is? Her real name was Manikarnika. Her father used to call her Manu. She fought with British for our independence. We should respect all Indians. Freedom fighter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rijul Vaidya. I am a student of Divya English Speaking Academy. Warm wish on the occasion of Independence Day. Everyone, on this grassy day, we must celebrate this day by remaining our lost soul. Thank you. Happy Independence Day to all of you.
ताजमालिया है जहाँ बहती है गंगा, जहाँ अनेकता में एकता है, वह भारत देश हमारा है। आप सभी को आज़ादी दिवस की शुभकामनाएं।
Good morning to all of you, Mr. MD sir and ma'am and my friends all over present here. We are gathered to celebrate 77th Independence Day of India. Emotions of gratitude, pride and determination on this historic day. We paid a tribute to the brave soldiers who laid down their lives and fought for the freedom we cherish today as we celebrate 77th years of independent and incredible India. I extend heartfelt congratulations to everyone present here. Happy Independence Day.
Dear students, this is our honor and privilege to celebrate the 77th Independence Day of our nation. All of us need to remember the freedom fighters, their contribution, their sacrifices to get freedom in our country. We need to pray for our country, that our country may progress more. And it is possible by getting the better education and serve our country in whatever capacity, talent, gifts, education we have. We need to make sure that our contribution can lead our country towards to the progress. Happy Independence Day. May God bless you.
And grammar.
Going already in schools, they follow the systematic method of learning language.
There's a game like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And first of all, it's nice to see you, teachers. I'm glad.
Oh, hi viewers. I'm very much delighted to inform you that today we are going to have International English Teachers meeting in this Google Meet meeting, and then we have teachers joining internationally from around the world. Especially we have English teacher Firoza joining from the country of Uzbekistan, and we have Zerifwai, future English teacher, at the moment joining from the country of Korea, the South Korea, and then we have English future teacher Noor joining from the country of Turkish, and then myself, my name is Nirat, I am joining from India, and then we are going to have discussion on how to teach English language teaching methods, and then learning methods of English language. What can be the teaching methods of English language and what methods can be applied for learning English language? So based on this particular topic, we are going to have discussions, asking questions, answering questions with each other. So make sure that you watch this video from beginning till end. So first question goes for Firoza. What most popular teaching methods of English language in your country?
I want to say I'm very glad to see you all these international teachers. It is it will be, I think it will be very interesting to talk with you about teaching methods in English, sharing our exchange our opinions. I think it will be very good. To teach students two foreign languages, it is not easy thing because it is a new language for our students, especially for young learners. And it will be very useful if you know how to involve them during the lessons. And for this reason, I tried to use a lot of different methods during my class. For example, I used daily routines like a game, and I used attention grabbers too to attention my students while they stop at doing some, while they make noise during the class. And as a good teacher, you must, I think all teachers should plan first. Should plan your lesson. What do you want to get from your students and of your lesson? Your plan must be clear. For example, during my lessons, I used group works, pair works, and individual. I try to work with them individually too, because the most interesting for them, it is group work because they have a chance to work in groups.
Hi everyone, I am Achilo Zarfboy. I'm from Uzbekistan, but I am living in Korea at the moment. There is a question and discussion topic is like, what's the effective way to improve English or to how to learn English effectively for you, Nur? What kind of thing can you say for our students or for us?
Noor may answer.
Okay. First of all, it's nice to see you, teachers. I'm glad to be here. So I want to say this. In my country, lots of teachers care about our syllabus. This syllabus is arranged according to our Minister of Education programs, by the way. So as you know, that there are 4 skills to learn English. So always we use this method in our lessons. So I can say this. I'm international teacher for kids. So I use method for kids. For example, in my lesson, I use sing-song for kids because you know that teaching English for kids is not easy, as you mentioned that Faiza teacher. So because of this reason, I use some of method in my lesson. I care about speaking practice because in my school, my country, lots of teachers give grammar rules, lots of grammar rules. You know that grammar rules are very difficult to learn, and this is very hard to learn for kids. So I can say this, I prefer to practice speaking practice always. I care about these things. You know that, okay, listening, reading, writing, and speaking. There are 4 skills to learn English. These are very important. But we care about speaking practice. In my lesson, by the way, I prefer to practice. Speaking is very important in English.
Okay.
What do you prefer to teach?
Okay. Thank you for giving this chance for me. I think
I can ask Ian?
Yeah, it's okay. The most effective way for me is memorizing new words while learning English. It's the best way, I think. Yeah, what should we do to learn new words? Study phrases, not words. Only we should study phrases, learn phrases, not words. Pay attention to this. When you study English or any language for that matter, you shouldn't learn individual words because memorizing them makes no sense without context. Instead, you should study whole phrases. Memorizing the meaning of words is much easier if you know that they mean and how they are used in a sentence. When you find a new words or phrase, think about how you could use it in sentence and try to use it in a conversation. And it's good way again learning English, I think, by listening, because while listening you can improve your grammar, your pronunciation, your speaking. Yes. While reading textbooks can help you learn the English language, you must not rely solely on them. Textbooks are great for teaching you about grammar and vocabulary, but they may not be too much of a help when it comes to carrying out a conversation. If you want to learn how to speak English, learn by listening and not by reading. By listening more, you will be able to learn useful vocabulary and grammar without even realizing or memorizing them. Maybe, yeah. For learning grammar, I think we have a good way, like point of view stories. It's a good way, I think. How can we do this? Firstly, one of the best ways to learn grammar is to listen to short stories told in various tenses. This will help you improve your English grammar automatically and more naturally. For example, if a story starts with, I don't like banana, but I want to eat one. The other story should be, I didn't like bananas, but I wanted to eat one. There are two sentences, and there. And I think to improve listening, we can do like this while listening podcast or something like that. We shouldn't listen and answer. It's okay, not listen and repeat. If you want to improve your English, don't use the strategy use like English textbooks, which to repeat after the speaker. Instead of mindlessly parroting the words or phrases spoken by the speaker, you should answer questions asked. For example, how? If you are listening to a podcast or video, pause it every 20 to 30 seconds and create a brief summary of what has been said. The last two thing is practice every day, every day, every day. Decide how much time a week you are going to spend studying and stick to it. Remember, be realistic. And the last thing is practice the four core skills: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. They will all help you to improve in different ways. These are for me, and these are also my structure.
Very good. You have given the yes.
Zarif, I have a question. How you teach listening to your students?
Okay.
How you will teach listening skills to your students?
Yeah, as I mentioned above, I think it's easy to improve your listening of your students. Firstly, managing time is a good way for listening for all sections. Maybe for listening, you can use podcasts, listen podcasts, or watching some kind of movies related to English. After that, yeah, one day one podcast or two podcasts are enough. Then listen, just listen.
No. I mean, Zarif, sorry. I mean your students, not you. You just give suggestion, yes?
Firstly, yes, yeah. Firstly, it depends on the level of my students. Firstly, if my students like beginner, I try to give the small listening, like small stories or the simple stories which created by simple words. Like, hello, hi, how are you, and something like that. And it's a good way to improve listening, like with the help of songs. Or songs and with the help of some games. And games also good. Like firstly the stairs game, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And one student put in the first stair, and he or she asks from he or her, how are you, and something like that, and the next one answered and asks from next one. Like this, maybe I can improve my students level from listening.
I think it is one good way. If you will listen, then they will retell this. What they will say. What is the meaning of the listening? It is also, I think, good way
Yes, you're
for
right.
all the
Absolutely.
ages. Yes.
Okay, so now, dear friends, as you have given your opinions, it's nice to hear that. Now, let me talk about learning English language or teaching English language in my country. Actually, it depends on the level of students, what kind of student, especially the students, those who are school going students, they learn the language systematically from the beginning itself. The people, those who didn't have opportunity to learn language when they were as a kid. Now, if they want to learn language, because what happens, English is not our native language in our country. This is the second language. So we follow the method of learning language for the beginners, that is called the translation method of learning English language. Whatever I speak in English language, people do need to understand that in their own language. That gives them confidence of understanding English, as well as it builds their confidence of speaking English language also, because they do understand. If they don't understand, like if you were talking about listening is very important, but if we don't
Yes.
understand the meaning, then we are not going to get confident in speaking that. So we are listening, but once we know the meaning, oh, what is the meaning of that particular word, then we are going to apply it in our speaking also. Fine. So when we talk about the level of learning language, like maybe the kids, those who are going already in schools, they follow the systematic method of learning language, which begins from the alphabet, the sounds, the grammar portion. A lot of exercises are there. They keep on learning language, something like that. Like the another large number of people, like workers, like employees, maybe some other people, those who didn't get opportunity to learn when they were as a kid, if they wish to learn language, so first of all, we do follow for them the methods of learning English language, that is called grammar translation, or else the translation method, teaching English language by translating into their own local languages, by which they understand first of all the language, and then they build up some sentences in that particular language, and then some words, meaning vocabulary, as the Jerry boy was talking about, because learning words without using them in sentences, it doesn't make sense at all. We try
Yes.
a lot of words, but then if we don't know how the words we do need to use in the sentences when it comes in speaking, so the learning words doesn't make sense. That's the useless, that's a waste of time. So firstly, they firstly understand the language by the translation methods and pick up few sentences in that language by translating, and then once they get the confidence of speaking, then they go for the advanced level of learning English. And then finally, I would say the best method to teach English or the learn English is all about the question answer method of teaching and learning English. Ask directly question to students in English and tell them to answer the questions in English language. The best method of learning English language can be found asking questions in English, answering questions directly. Like I'm asking you questions, you are answering. Maybe some questions you don't know how to answer, so somebody has helped you to answer those questions. What we are doing here, we are trying to develop our language. Ultimately, we are developing the language. Any conversation, it begins with question. If we know how should we ask question in that particular language, that means we have little confidence to talk to someone in English language. Once we understand that questions, and then we are confident to answer in English language, so we are practicing our speaking in English language. This is what I guess. So there are a lot of other things also, like as you were mentioning, watching, listening, a lot of things are there, but that's not possible to discuss within this one meeting, so it will take a lot of other meetings also. Go on, yeah, ask questions, Firoza.
Yes, in my country, before also we pay attention grammar, only grammar. To teach English to our students, we pay attention more grammar than speaking. But nowadays, our government paid a lot of money to Cambridge University, and they published for our all public schools new textbooks, and our new textbooks are based for skills, and they, in that case, they pay attention all for skills, and mostly speaking skills. they pay attention. And in the time, not they pay attention, we must pay attention only our students' fluency, not accuracy. Do you understand me? They must try to say something in English. Not they think first it is grammar, like I must put in order my verbs like that. They must speak in natural way. In fluent way, we must teach them first. And today's our method is based on that one, fluently. We tried to feel our students more confident. And as you said, giving questions is a good method, but when I had training with American teachers, they said that don't give questions in direct way. For example, Ahmed, stand up and what is your name? Or what do you want to be in future, like that. Don't give questions in direct way. Just first give them question. Let the student to think in his mind and to share this question with his partner first. Then with the whole class. Do you understand me? Because when you give the question in directly, they will a bit confused, like they don't understand in first way. So that we must give them some time to think this
It
question
means
and
all right.
discuss.
Actually, this is it can be accomplished. Two things you were talking about. One is called the fluency, how to get fluent in English language. This is what the government is also paying attention in your country. So this only can be accomplished by listening more. The listening helps the fluency in the language, and then practice. After listening to practice, the second asking
And
question answer is question answer.
Yes.
Question answer is not that directly. That means having the question answer conversation based on various topics.
American trainer came and he showed us one master class, and in her lesson I observed, I learned a lot of interesting methods. She taught grammar lesson, but she didn't say any grammar rules. Any said like it is present simple. We will use it like that. She didn't say anything. She just used some activities. And while doing these while students doing these activities, they learn from these activities. And during one class, she made all students like moving. They all activities they will move. They gave lesson teenagers. It was teenagers. I mean, 15 years old. These teenagers. You know, in that age, most teenagers didn't want to move anywhere. Yes. Even you want to make some group, they just don't know, teacher, I don't move anywhere. I'm just sit here in my place. But that teacher made them to move during the class, during the one lesson. And I think we must also teach like this woman. I mean, we must. If we teach grammar lessons, it must be not only grammar rules. We mustn't say them learn these grammar rules and use this like that. We must teach them during the lesson grammar. I mean, okay.
We got you. Yeah,
Thank
this is
you.
also the main activities of
Okay.
English language without teaching the rules of grammar by practicing and giving a lot of ideas of speaking language. We
Yes.
the rules there, but we are not teaching the rules. In the grammar,
And
practicing English language. Absolutely.
I think we're good. Let's see. Place this over here. We should be live. I think so. All right, this should be a fun video. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and in this video we're going to talk about how to make fluent sentences. Oh, let's see, we got somebody. Oh, I'm the first. Nice, Phil. All right, everybody is starting to file in. So today, this is a big problem for learners. It's really the fundamental problem of communication, and that's why I wanted to make a video about this specifically. So it's great to learn new vocabulary, but if you can't actually put everything together in your sentences, then you're really, you're obviously not going to get anywhere. You'll be wasting your time. So nice to see everybody here. As usual, I will get right to the lesson at the beginning, and then I will stay around and answer questions if anybody has any. So we're going to talk about, I made something for you guys. Look at this. It's a little origami boat. Hello. Well, hi from hell. Somebody's watching this in hell. Oh my goodness. I didn't know they had Wi-Fi down in hell, but I guess everybody's everybody's enjoying themselves. All right, so we're going to use this origami boat. But the basic idea of what we're going to talk about today is that you really have to have the actual individual pieces of communication. So these are like your words and phrases. And just like a chain, we're going to draw a very simple chain here. It's not a very good chain, but basically, maybe you have a similar expression in your native language where the chain, I'll write this down, so the chain, or I'll just say a chain, because it's really any chain, so a chain. Does everyone know this expression, or maybe you've heard this before? Wow, it's 4 a.m., oh my goodness. So a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Who has heard that before? Maybe you've heard me talk about that if you've been following my channel for a while. This is the same idea that applies to all of your communication skills. So as an example, maybe you know a lot of vocabulary, but you feel very shy. So if the weak link in your communication chain is shyness, then that's going to be the biggest thing that's stopping you from communicating. Okay, so a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and the idea here is for sentences as well. So if we've got words, we're connecting different words together in a sentence, and if the words themselves are not very strong, then the whole sentence will be weak. So it only takes one word to break the chain. Okay? Does everyone make sense, or is that making sense to everyone? So a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So what I'm going to show you in this video, I really want to prove that fluency is built word by word as you understand vocabulary very well. I want to make this idea very clear for people because people think they need to go after like the whole language when really they should be really mastering individual words and phrases, and grammar is part of this as well. But when you do this, you automatically improve your grammar, your pronunciation, your listening. All these skills will improve. All right, so let's take a look. So I have my little boat with me, and I thought that would be a good way to teach you some very useful vocabulary. So we're going to do that first, and then we'll talk about putting those things together in a sentence in just a moment. All right, so I made my origami boat this morning, especially for you guys. I had to learn how to make this, and of course just go online and learn how to make a little boat. But what I'm going to do is use this boat to teach you some very useful vocabulary. So let's get started. So the first vocabulary we're going to practice, you probably see me use this before. It's a common example I use, and this is the phrasal verb to go under. To go under. So imagine you have a boat right here, and this is, you can imagine my hand is the surface of the water, and the boat is moving like this, and oh no, something happens, maybe it gets hit by lightning or something, but oh no, now the boat is going under the surface of the water. So the boat is sinking. Okay, it's pretty easy concept to understand. So right now we are above the water. Now we are going under. To go under. When you go under. So it's the same thing like if you're going underground or you're going under, like under a blanket or something like that. To go under, to move. So if we have an object here, we're going to go from here down under that thing. To go under. All right, so very simple phrasal verb, to go under. Now, if we take a physical idea like this, to go under, we can also use the more figurative idea of like a company going under in the same way. So a company, you might have the profitability of a company. Let's say a company is making money. So a company is making money, and then suddenly, oh no, it's not making money. And if it passes this line here, just like a boat, oh no, it's going under. So just like a boat going under something like that, it's actually going under this line, going into bankruptcy. So if we talk about a company going under, so a company going under. What we mean is it's going really below this line. So it's not making money anymore, and it's actually becoming, basically it's going to go bankrupt. Okay? All right. Any questions about that? I really want to make sure everybody understands this. To go under, it's a pretty simple idea, and I thought, again, this boat would help you understand that. All right. Any questions about that? I really want to make sure you understand this, because, again, if you don't understand even the basic pieces of a sentence, then, of course, you're not going to make fluent sentences. Okay. So here we have to go under, and then a company is going under in the same way. Doesn't look like any questions about that, so let's move on to little phrase number 2. All right. So this next phrase, it's a little bit more complicated, but it's the same basic idea. All right. So undercover, yes, it's the same way. Again, like when you talk about being undercover, same idea. All right. So going under, we'll put that phrase up here. We'll leave that. And the next phrase is to be in the same boat. To be in the same boat. So we got one person sitting over here, another person sitting over here on the same boat. What do you suppose that means? What does it mean to be in the same boat? To be in the same boat. All right. Now we could use, there could be an expression like a car, to be in the same car, to be on the same train or something. But the reason we use to be on the same boat is because a boat is really just floating by itself out in the water like this. And whatever happens to one person is going to happen to the other person. All right. Or it could be many people on the same boat. Yeah. So Muhammad says to be in the same situation. But I really want to make, so very good, that's correct. And I want to make sure people understand why that is. All right. The goal is not just to learn the vocabulary and then a definition of it, is to understand why we use this. Okay. So the history, the origin of the word, why do we have this? So you can imagine, two guys or two women or whatever, two people sitting on a boat. And now there's a hole in the boat. Oh no. So they are in the same situation. It doesn't matter who the person is. They are both in the same situation. They are in the same boat. So this is why we don't use to be in the same car. Like I don't say, oh, I'm in the same car as you, because we just get out of the car and walk away. But with a boat, you're surrounded by water. There's nowhere to go. You're stuck. You're in the same boat. You're in the same situation. So you all have to work together to do something. All right. So whatever happens to the boat will happen to everyone. If the boat is going under, everybody. Okay. Yes, the same character, guys. That's right. We'll put some hair on this guy over here. All right. So they're in the same situation. And this is the physical idea of where this comes from. But I want to make it clear why we say you're in the same boat and not on the same train or on the same whatever. All right? It makes sense? All right, glad to hear it. Now, we begin again, just like going under, we have a physical idea of the origin of this. Something is physically going under something else. And then we start using more figurative uses. And we start coming up with different ways to use the vocabulary in a more figurative way. So we have to go under. than to be in the same boat. So what times might we use this expression? It's not just for physically being in a boat. When else might you be in the same boat as someone else? All right. So remember, we're thinking about it not just from a physical, okay, here are 2 people or 3 people or 10 people in an actual boat. We're talking about a situation. So when else might we have a group of people working together to do something? Just give me a comment. Let me know what other situations might we use this phrase in, to be in the same boat. All right. I'll give you a few. Hopefully you can come up with a few more. You might be on a team together, a class. Can you think of any more? Love your pronunciation. Glad to hear it. Yes, I am being intentionally clear and smooth so people can understand what I say. So you could be on a team together. So everyone on the team wins or loses at the same time. Everyone in the class, maybe they all have to do something together. A family, a business, excellent. Family, we'll just put biz for short. Financial situation, yeah, for sure. So if you have a group of some kind, and it might even just be 2 people. A project, are you speaking about a company that closes for financial reasons, for example? Yeah, to be in the same boat. Yes, again, it doesn't mean, it's not necessarily negative. It just means that you're in the same situation. So let's say my daughter is going to college next year, and I meet another guy just like out at a grocery store, and we start talking about our kids, and he says, oh, my daughter is going to college. I say, oh, we are in the same boat. We're in the same boat. It just means we have the same situation. Okay? So it's nothing about being negative or money specifically or business. It just means you have the same situation as someone else. All right? So it's not only negative things. Often we will talk about, as I just said, when I'm doing something similar to someone else, and this is a great phrase, maybe you discover this when you're meeting somebody and like, oh, like I'm also moving to a new city. I'm in the same boat. Or we are in the same boat. Or you can be talking about someone else. So maybe I'm talking about my kids. My younger daughter just started school, and she's maybe feeling a little bit nervous. Oh, you also know someone else who is starting school, and maybe they feel a little bit nervous too. They are in the same boat. They are in the same boat. Okay? Everyone getting all these? Should be pretty clear. Let's see what we got with the chat over here. Like a movie scene. Yep. A political decision. Yep. Very good. So in workplaces, family, business, yeah. So all those are great examples. And the point is, again, it could be a team, it could be a group of people, or it could be just, 2 people that meet and they happen to be doing the same thing. Okay? I really want to make it clear that we're all in the same boat here. So you are trying to improve your language skills? That's very good. I'm trying to improve my language skills too. We are in the same boat. We are in the same boat. Yes, another good example, another similar thing is to be on the same page. Now, as you begin getting more and more fluent and learning things, you will hear again, we have a situation. So the situation is at least 2 people are doing the same thing, and look at that. We have many different ways of expressing that. So the situation is, I'm doing something, oh, you're doing the same thing. Well, we are on the same page. We are in the same boat. Now, typically, on the same or in the same boat, this is really talking about a situation. To be on the same page is almost more specifically about, do we agree about something? Or are we understanding each other about something? So let's say right now I'm explaining something about vocabulary, and I want to make sure you're listening and paying attention and understanding what I'm saying. So, are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? So just like a page in the book, or a page in a book. So we are both reading a book. I want to make sure we are reading from the same page. reading from the same page or reading the same page of the book. Okay? So it's very similar, a little bit different, again, on the same page, again, similar to being in the same boat, but you'll hear both of these quite frequently. There is another example, like reading, and this is another similar one about people having the same idea. And you will probably hear variations of this as well. This is to read from the same hymn sheet. Does anyone know what that is? What is a hymn sheet? To read from the same hymn sheet. To read from the same hymn sheet. It's basically the same meaning as to be on the same page. It's just a more specific usage from like reading hymns. So these are songs that you would sing in church. A hymn. So people are reading from the same hymn sheet, or they are singing from the same hymn sheet. It just means, again, they are on the same page. They are on the same wavelength. To be on the same wavelength as someone. All right? So if I'm here, I'm on this wavelength, but you're on some other one over here, we're not aligned somehow. There's something wrong with the way we are seeing, or we disagree about something. But if we are on the same wavelength, well, we agree, everything is going smoothly. Okay? Yes, so you will hear most of these things. These are as you go deeper into the language and you are paying attention for the kinds of things natives say in situations. So remember, we begin with a situation, and then these are the kinds of phrases that natives will use. All right? But notice what I'm doing here. I'm staying on one particular topic, one particular idea, and really helping you understand that thing. So trying to teach a lot of different phrases, explain why they work, where they come from. So you can imagine, like, again, on the same wavelength. So we are on the same wavelength. Or we are reading from the same hymn sheet. All right? We share the same opinion. Yes. So that is, when native speakers are trying to be more figurative or say something a little bit maybe fancier or poetic or more interesting, this is what we would say. We are on the same wavelength. We are on the same wavelength. All right? So these specifically, like to be on the same wavelength, or to be reading from the same hymn sheet, or to be on the same page, those really mean we agree about something, or we understand each other. To be in the same boat is a bit more broad, where we're talking about some situation we're both in. So I might not like agree about something, but we're in the same situation. Often you will have people in the same boat who do disagree. So imagine we have a company, so obviously it's not a physical boat, but we have a company, and we have a couple of different people on that boat. And each one of them is disagreeing with the other. But they're all in the same boat. So they have to figure out a solution to their problem, or they're all screwed. They're all going to have a problem, okay? So remember, like, these people might not be on the same page. They might not be on the same wavelength. They might not be on the same or reading from the same hymn sheet. So if you imagine like some people in church singing, they have their, like, the music that they're reading for that church service. Okay? Yes, Julian, so now we are on the same page. We understand each other. Okay? Yeah. So remember, when you learn these things, you will notice the subtle, slight differences between these different expressions. And the way to understand them is to really pay attention to the situation and then what people are saying for that situation. Okay? So remember, we can be on the same boat and still disagree. Often this is what happens. Let's say we all, like maybe 10 of us, want to get, we want to get some pizza. We are hungry and we want to order a pizza. Okay, what kind of pizza do we get? So we are all in the same boat. We are hungry. We all want something to eat, and the only thing to eat is pizza. But we might not be on the same page about what kind of pizza to get. Okay? Does that make sense? Pretty easy. So we have a couple of different things. Maybe I want cheese. Maybe you want pepperoni. Maybe someone else wants sausage. So just like all the different people in a company or in a group, you're going to have some different agreements. They might not all be on the same page, on the same wavelength, reading from the same hymn sheet. Okay? So again, I'm repeating myself. I'm going over these again and again because I really want you to understand the vocabulary. Remember that if we want to use these things in sentences, so a sentence is a chain of words. That's it. It's just a chain of words. And so if we can't use any of these individual words correctly, then of course we're going to struggle to make fluent sentences. So we must be fluent in each individual thing. If we are going to learn something, we focus on it until we really understand that thing, and we are going to do that by, look at this, all these different angles, okay? So if you have a problem, this specific problem with communication, where you know a lot of words, but you actually can't connect them well in situations, it's because you really don't know them as well as you think you do. It's because you don't spend enough time actually reviewing things and really understanding them. Okay? So often people will try to learn something, like they'll go to a website and okay, here are some phrases I can learn, but they don't really help you understand them like a native. And when you understand something like a native, you know it well, you understand why we use that thing, you've reviewed it a number of times, you feel very confident about that vocabulary. So if you feel confident about each of the pieces, each of the links in this chain, then of course you're going to be able to connect the chain and communicate fluently. All right? Now, for anyone joining us late, this video is not specifically about blending words together. This is actually about using words fluently. So how do you create smooth speeches? All right? So it could be smooth sentences or whole conversations. But each one of these is built from the individual pieces. Okay? Any questions about that so far? So we've covered two words or two phrases, but we're talking about being on the same wavelength, reading from the same hymn sheet, on the same page, and these are all really about agreement. To agree about something. We share the same idea. I want to do this. Oh, you want to do that also? Well, I guess we are on the same wavelength. We're on the same wavelength. We're on the same page. Are we on the same page? Is everyone on the same page about this way of learning? Does anyone disagree with this? Does anyone disagree? Is anyone not on the same page? All right. So again, this video is for people who know a lot of words, but they still can't express themselves fluently. The reason this happens is because you don't have the individual links of the chain very strong. So that's why in this video, I just want to cover this, just teach you a few phrases, and then because we've learned them very well, you'll be able to put them together in sentences. Or you can add these phrases to other sentences that you already have. Okay? So we'll cover that in just a second. So the first phrase we covered was, does anyone remember? To go under. And we take the boat example of a boat going under the water. Okay, so the boat is going under. Oh no, here's the boat. It's in the frame right now. The frame of the camera. So Julian is asking if these are expressions for, what is that? For informal conversation. No, you can use these for anything. Basically, everything I teach can be used in business. It can be used in casual conversations. So you can be on the same wavelength with like a romantic partner. You could be on the same wavelength with a business partner. You could be on the same wavelength with a friend. And this is, again, like people think there is specific business vocabulary, but the technical information or the technical terms that you might use in a business situation, that's a very small and not so important part of actual business communication. Business communication is how can I communicate things in a simple and easy way, and maybe sometimes I have to say something a little bit more interesting. But the important thing is that you will hear things like this in business situations, especially if you're dealing with native speakers. People will be in business and they will be using idioms or expressions or phrases that come from relationships or war or sports or other things like that. So I have, like, let's say one person, I'm at a company and a friend of mine has to give a presentation after me. So I'm giving a presentation first, so I'm up to bat. I'm up to bat. This is a phrase from baseball, and I'm using it in a business context, a business setting. So I'm up to bat, it means I'm the one giving the speech right now. I'm the main event. I'm the highlighted person. I'm up to bat. But my friend who is next to me, or he's coming up to speak after me, so the person who is next on to bat or next up to bat in a baseball game is on deck. So you have the batter. If you're watching a baseball game and you listen to these phrases, you will use these in business communication as well. Lots of sports idioms and sports expressions, especially from baseball or football, because a lot of these things are connected, okay? I don't want to get too distracted. Now we're talking about a bunch of different things. I really wanted to just stay focused on this. But again, the important point here is that we focus on something so you really understand that. Now, before we go on to the next phrase, let me see if we have any questions over here. All right, looks like a bunch of questions came up here. Good questions from everybody. All right. It is also to put someone in my shoes. Yes, again, another good expression, like if you are putting, like to be in the same shoes as everyone else or as someone else, usually this means you could be doing something that someone else did, but it's not at the same time. Okay? So if you're talking about, if you want to use the expression to be in someone else's shoes, you could use this like to be in the same boat. You could say, oh, I was in the same boat last year. I was in the same boat. So if we are actually, both of us are at the same time doing something, okay, now I'm in the same boat as you. Or if you just, this is about connecting with other people, showing empathy. And so when you are in a conversation, you're talking about someone else maybe doing something at a different time, say, oh, like I was in the same boat last year. So my daughter just graduated college and your daughter is graduating college in 2 years, okay? So who's in the same boat? Yeah, so you could ask if I'm describing a situation right now, I just moved to a new city. So if I'm giving a speech in front of a group of people like this, I just moved to a new city, is anyone else in the same boat? So I'm asking, is anyone else experiencing the same situation right now? Is anyone else in the same boat? Okay. So it doesn't need to be a bad experience or a good experience. It just means the same situation. So I could also say, I just got fired from my job. Is anyone else in the same boat? I just got fired from my job. Is anyone else in the same boat? All right. So that's a negative usage, but we're still talking about people being in the same boat. And notice how that's a little bit different from being on the same wavelength. So someone else could be fired from their job, just like me. So we are both fired from our jobs. We are both in the same boat, but maybe we hate each other or whatever. So we don't have, like, we're not reading from the same hymn sheet. We're not on the same page. We're not on the same wavelength. We're just in the same boat. All right. Let's go back and answer some more. But very good. Lots of people commenting here. Nice to see. All right. So, so people understanding, yes, I'm in the same boat over here. All right. Let's see. Business says, I really need to learn fluent English, but most of my use case are in business situation. pitching to investors, etc. Does your course include business English? Yes. So number one, Fluent for Life does include specific topics that do have business related material. So we talk about sales and marketing, we talk about money and investing, accounting is in there, small business, a couple of different things. But it's important to remember that native speakers are using, just like I explained, sports idioms for talking about business, relationship idioms for talking about business. So it's not just, you don't like have a course about business English that only teaches you technical vocabulary, because you're still communicating with people. And this is the big mistake that most people, even native English speakers, make when they're trying to learn business English. So there was a guy who created an English course, I think 100 years ago. His name is Sherwin Cody, and he made a couple of different courses actually, and he created one for business, specifically for people learning business English, and this is the exact same lesson that he was teaching. I actually got that course just to see what he was teaching, and he's teaching the same thing. So a lot of people, they will use technical vocabulary, or they will try to sound more like a corporate, like, we regret to inform you that we have terminated you from, so they're using that kind of vocabulary. But actual business communication is really done, you're still speaking with people. All right, so although we do cover specific business topics, we also make it clear in the program that, look, here's a way you can use this same vocabulary for business. Here's the way you can use this for talking about relationships. Okay? And so what I'm doing when I'm teaching you this is to show that we don't want to just learn vocabulary, we want to understand the situation when people would use that. Because this situation can happen in many different places. I might have a situation where I'm in the same situation, like in the same boat, in business, in relationships, ordering a pizza, getting stuck in the rain, having my car break down. There are lots of reasons why I might be in the same situation as someone else. And I might want to use something like in the same boat as a way to connect with that person. So I could say, oh, look, we are experiencing the same situation. We are experiencing the same situation. But it's much more native and natural to say, we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat. And so this is something natives will understand because they've heard this so many times in their life from all kinds of situations. All right, so don't draw a very I don't know, strong line between, oh, this is business English and this is casual English over here. All right, the real world doesn't work like that. All right, good question though. Of course, now we get, it moves my comment space. Google needs to change that so I can see where my actual comments were and I don't have to leave my finger up here for you guys. All right. I think we answered those already. Yeah, so political discussions as well, same thing. So we are on the same page. Is it common? Yes, very common. So we are all on this, so in the same boat trying to reach our fluency goal. Yep, that's a very good use. Very good use. Crescendo, very good. Emmanuel says, hey, Andrew, nice to see you there. Julian, don't worry, I'm in the same boat. There we go. Is it wrong to be on the same boat? Well, you could say that. Like, technically, you can be on a boat or in a boat, but the expression is really to be in the same boat. If you're ever trying to learn something like this and you're curious, is it on or in, I would just put those phrases into Google. So just type the whole phrase into Google and see which one gets more hits. So if you type in on the same boat or in the same boat, you will get you should get more. I haven't checked, but I'm guessing you would get way more for in the same boat. We're in the same boat. Although you will have people like just talking about being on a boat, because you are on a boat as well. Really, the idea of being in the same boat is like you're kind of physically surrounded by the boat. So a larger boat, like when you talk about like a cruise ship. So a cruise ship is like a pretty big thing. So we would say, oh, I'm on the cruise ship right now. Just like you would talk about being on a bus or on a train. But when you have a small boat like this, the idea of the phrase is that, okay, we're we're really in actually a tiny boat that maybe only 2 or 3 people could fit in, like a rowboat. And in that way, it's like a bowl that you sit inside. So that's where we get the expression. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right, so it's the first time to hear that expression, says Muhammad. Yep, well, now you know it. All right, good job, Professor. Hi, Coach. Greetings from Nicaragua. So in the same boat, on the same page. All right. In the same institution. That's correct. All right. I like this guy. He is so humble. Well, you are too kind. I'm guessing you're talking about me. I like the way you teach. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So when people talk about liking the way I teach, what I'm really doing is just making the language understandable so you can use it fluently. When you understand the language like a native, you start thinking like a native, and then you speak like a native as well. All right. You are a great teacher. I'm having a problem to speak English. You're a good teacher. I like your courses. Glad to hear it. Kevin says, does it matter whether you learn new vocabulary initially through translation or through the target language as long as you get a lot of examples and a lot of review? To my mind, it doesn't matter whether they use translations or understand it through the L2 because it's going to be forgotten anyways without review. To me, the most important thing is getting a lot of examples as you recommend. Yes, I mean, I don't understand the point of teaching unless you're going to remember the vocabulary. So that would be the basic idea is that we should do everything we can to make the vocabulary understandable and memorable. And so if you're just saying, well, here's a translation, and then maybe you get some examples, maybe you forget it, maybe you don't. If you don't really care, like if you're trying to prepare for a test, in that way it doesn't really matter, and maybe they don't actually need to use the vocabulary later. So some people just want to get vocabulary and learn it quickly and pass a test, and maybe they don't care about using English at all. They just want to get a job or something, and that's fine. But if you want to actually speak, you really should give yourself as many chances as you can to understand that vocabulary all in English. The reason most people will use translations in a class is because they're not doing a good job of making the vocabulary understandable. All right. And when you do that, then you're making it more difficult for students to remember what they say. And that's, again, one of the reasons that we have these problems. So it's okay to use translations if you don't care about communicating fluently. But even like I don't use any translations at all when I teach. I might use I'll give some examples in Japanese just to show what it's like for people who don't know Japanese, and they can learn something and see what it's like kind of to learn like a child again. But all the teaching I do is helping people understand something in English, and I would rather make it understandable in English than try to give them a translation. So a translation is kind of the easy, simple, quick thing you can do, but really I'm trying to help people build a network in their mind, and the network is what creates the fluency. All right, read the rules to make sure we are on the same page. Yeah, exactly. Perfect usage of that. I learned a lot from you, says Emmanuel. Some advice for preparing for IELTS essays. I am on my way doing that. Yes, I'm not an authority on IELTS. I would look for teachers who are. I'm glad I've helped you. And again, anybody taking any kind of test will improve if they learn the native way. Just like native speakers do. I should actually take the IELTS and see what it's like. I wonder how I would do. But again, the point is find someone who is an expert in the particular test and get advice from that person. Let's see. And let's see, Red Kit, to be fluent, it is important that there are connections between the words in English in someone's brain. We can achieve it by seeing the words in a lot of context. Yes, so this is the idea of naturally varied review, which is what we're doing today. So I'm giving you vocabulary review, really going over things. So if you notice, like we've been talking for almost 40 minutes in this video. And in a regular YouTube video, you might cover, I don't know, like 20 different phrases, and then you get a quick definition, and then that's it. And then you just forget the thing that you learned. So my goal here is to really push this deep into your brain, help you understand it, to make another link strong for you to use in your conversations. Okay, that's why we do this. So Jericho says, my problem is that even though I get all the expressions, I can't think of them directly in real conversations. All right, the question I would ask is, do you really know the vocabulary as well as you think you do? So there's a difference. Remember, I made that video a while back talking about getting exposure to the language, then awareness of the language, and finally ownership. I'm trying to make it so easy to understand this that you really own the expression, that you really understand it very well. So you can easily say to someone, it just pops into your mind, oh, look, we're in the same situation. I'm here, you're here, we both were running for the bus and we both missed the bus. Now we have to wait for the next bus. So we are in the same boat. We are in the same boat. All right, when you know something so well, you understand it, you can really see it. That's where the phrase comes from. I understand why we use that expression. You can imagine, two people in a boat way far out in the ocean, and that's it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, but whatever happens to the boat is happening to both of them. So they are in the same situation. They're in the same boat. And notice these are all basic words in the same boat. These are words that little kids would learn. Like all of my daughters know all these words. So even a 4-year-old would know these same expressions, or they would learn this expression by hearing natives talking about that. Oh, look, here's the situation, and here's the vocabulary we use for that. We are in the same boat. Okay, so everybody watching this video is in the same boat trying to improve their fluency. You're in the same boat. All right. So hopefully this makes sense. The whole point of this video is to say you must get fluent in these individual words and phrases. That's how you make fluent sentences. We're going to show you a little bit about that later, but I just want to make this point very clear. I'm going to say it again and again, as I usually do. You get fluent word by word. If you learn something quickly and then forget it, then of course you can't use it fluently in conversations. You will remember it. Maybe when you hear it, I understand what that word is, but you won't recall it quickly and automatically and use it fluently in conversations. Okay? All right. So all the phrases use on except use in for that one. Yeah. So we're, again, try not to think about it. And this is a really good, a good example here about thinking more like a native. So a learner looks at these phrases and it's like, oh, look, like to be on the same wavelength, or to be reading from, or to be on the same page. But he said in the boat. That's interesting. And you're trying to form a kind of pattern the way a student would, but you really have to think about this like a native speaker. All right. Now, I have a piece of paper towel over here. We're going to use this like a napkin. So imagine this is a sheet of paper. All right. It's a page in a book. So I'm looking at a physical thing, and when we have something like the writing is on the same page, it's like physically on there. And so I might be like, I can't really go inside the page. The page is a flat object, and you can't go inside. I can't be in the page, but because I'm looking at this page, it's like I'm not on this page, I'm on this one. Okay? So, pretty easy. So we have to think about it like a native, and really from these individual situations, we can be on the same page or on the same wavelength. We don't really get in a wavelength. You can think about yourself almost like a roller coaster going on it. It's like, oh, I'm riding on the same wavelength. Okay? So rather than trying to imagine like this, like we use on for this situation, on for that one, just try to think about it like a native. That's the whole point. The whole point of what I do is trying to help you understand things like a native. That's why we talk about a small boat. So the boat is like this. It's like a cup, and we have people kind of, they're sitting inside the boat. So we're in the same boat, all right? But a larger thing like a ship, we talk about being on that thing. I mean, I suppose you could be inside rather than standing on the top of it, something like that. But this is a way we think about these expressions. It's interesting because like riding on a bus, let's imagine this is a bus and not a cruise ship. We don't talk about like being on the bus like we're sitting on the top of it, although maybe some people could do that, I guess. We still say, oh, I'm riding on the bus right now. I'm riding on the bus. I'm on the bus. All right? But even if natives use like, oh, I'm in the bus right now. Even if a native said that, what they mean is like they're kind of physically inside the bus, like they have not gotten off the bus. But we typically talk about being riding on a bus like that. And rather than trying to memorize that, just listen for lots of examples when teachers or native speakers are talking about these things, like when they're riding a bus or riding a motorcycle. So like I'm sitting on the motorcycle. I don't ride in a motorcycle because I'm sitting on it, just like a bicycle. So I'm riding on that thing. Okay? But rather than try to memorize rules, look at examples and connect the situation with the vocabulary and try to do it like a native speaker. All right, let's see here. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to go faster. We have too many comments over here. All right. Okay, I think I got that. All right. So watching. So 103 watching and only 50 likes. Get the like up. Yes, feel free to like the video and share it with other people if you'd like to help out the channel and actually show more people that it's possible to learn English like a native if they want to speak like one. So I'm scared to talk most part of the time at work because I'm afraid of making mistakes and not finding the word. Yeah, so again, this just means that you don't know the vocabulary as well as you think you do. So if you're worried, maybe I'll say the wrong word or I'll use the incorrect pronunciation or something, then it means you might know it, you have an awareness level of vocabulary, but you don't own that vocabulary. So you'll notice when you're talking about something where you feel very confident about that, even if it's in your native language, when you're confident about something, you speak about it easily because you know it so well. But when you don't feel confident, like I can't talk in a YouTube video about, I don't know, how to make satellites or something like that. I could probably learn how to do that and spend some time researching, but I could not do that right now. How do you make a satellite and send it into space? I don't know how to do that. So I can't speak confidently about that thing. Okay. But if you want to improve not only your fluency, but your confidence, the whole point of this video is that you should be doing this with all of your vocabulary. You should be trying to learn things, and when you really understand something, you will feel it. And that's where the confidence comes from, so you can speak. But if you have a bunch of weak links in your chain, then of course you won't be able to use those things fluently. All right. Let's see. How can addicted with English? I don't know what that means. How many hours should someone speak to be fluent as native speakers? It's really the wrong kind of question to ask. It's more, again, like how long does it take to get fluent in a phrase like to be in the same boat? 5 minutes? How long does that take? We've actually spent a lot of time covering additional things that people are asking about. But to learn something, it's like, oh, look at that. Those people are sitting in the same boat. It's pretty easy to understand. You know the vocabulary already. Now we understand it as one phrase. Oh, look, we are in the same boat. We are in the same boat. So it doesn't take long to become fluent in this. So what I'm saying is that you get fluent in each link in the chain. And if you are not fluent in something, then that's what breaks the chain into conversation. So you could be speaking fine, and then, oh no, I forgot a word, or I don't feel confident about pronunciation, or some other reason, and that's what causes me to struggle to speak. All right? Kamal says, you are the same as before. I don't know if that's referring to me or someone else. Hala from Iraq, says Ale. So hymn sheet has to do with music. Yes. So again, a hymn is like a church song, a hymn. Saying the words in their English context over and over here allows English words to be associated with each other. Yes, that's correct. That's what we're doing here. Notice when you're talking about associations, this is what I mean by building a network in your mind of all these different things and how they connect to each other. That's what allows you to speak fluently. All right, so this allows English words to automatically call each other without the need for another language. Yes, exactly. And remember, you are doing this in your native language already. This is what native speakers are doing in their native language. Okay? And this just means they've developed a network. They feel very confident about individual words and phrases, and then they use them fluently. They connect them together. The connection becomes automatic, and that's how they can speak. Now, what's interesting, I've talked about this before, is that sometimes native speakers, like let's say I'm writing, I don't know, a letter or an email to someone, but I forget how to spell a word. So I think, oh no, I'm not feeling confident about this word. These other words are fine, I can spell them, no problem, but this word, this link right here is not good. So I can try to look for the correct pronunciation or spelling in that case if I'm writing something, or I can just use a different word that I'm more familiar with. So a lot of native speakers will do this. They're writing something and they will forget a word or something and they will switch to something else. But it happens very quickly and most people don't think about it. But a lot of English learners, they actually get stuck thinking about individual words and phrases because they're really not knowing them very well. So that's why I spend a lot of time telling people to get naturally varied reviews. So you want to be, look at it, we've spent 40 minutes, 50 minutes talking about two phrases, to go under and to be in the same boat. Now, of course, if we do this and I teach you the right way, then you will remember these things very well. Okay? And even with a good lesson, it's always good to get more review. So tomorrow you would be hearing these things again, but you will probably be recognizing them. Maybe you watch a movie and some characters say, oh, look, we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat. So we are facing the same situation. Yeah, yes, that's correct. Do you believe this method? I do believe this method works too. I just wonder how long it will take for me to get fluency I need. Yeah, so you have two choices. The first choice is to learn like a native speaker, and you will get fluent much faster. The second choice is to continue learning like a student, and you will probably not reach fluency. So it's basically like either you understand like a native, so you understand like a fluent speaker, or you do not. So that's basically the choice that you make. Now, it seems like you would be learning faster by just getting translations. So if you're just trying to put more words into your head as quickly as possible, then just get translations of those words. The problem is you won't be able to use them fluently. So it doesn't help you to learn a bunch of words if you will just forget them. This is why we do this. So at the beginning of the process, like if I'm taking two people and I start teaching them today, but I'm going to teach them differently. The first person, I'm going to teach them like this. The second person, I'm going to teach them, hey, here's a sheet of 100 words. I want you to just memorize those words, and here are translations. At the end of day one person will know, like the first person will know maybe like 2 or 3 words and expressions, and the second person will know 100. So it seems like I should be using translations. But the next day, I'm going to teach a few more, and they don't forget the phrases they learned on the first day. So they're continuing to learn more phrases and they don't forget. But the second person, they will have forgotten all of the phrases, or most of them really, by the second day. And so they're just wasting their time. They're running in circles, and that's why they don't get anywhere. So notice like all the things that I'm doing here, if you really pay attention, I'm giving you different ways of expressing things for particular situations. We're really trying to understand what they mean, so you think about them like a native. And then, because we have reviewed them so many times, they will just come out naturally. That's the goal. So I've not found a more effective way to learn a language than this. And if there was, then native speakers would probably be using it. The native speaker is like, you know, the standard, the benchmark. Now, this method actually can get you fluent faster than native speakers get fluent, because if you think about a child learning, they're spending a lot of time listening, and often the lessons are not very good. So the lessons are not systematic, and most parents are not being very systematic about how they teach. So they're not like, okay, let's focus on this word today, and we're going to really help you understand that thing very well. They just maybe say something and the child is listening. The child is really working hard trying to understand different words and phrases. All right. But if you learn this way, the whole point is to learn it as quickly as possible, to learn it systematically so you remember it and use it fluently. We want to make each chain link. So each chain link, each individual link in the chain, we want to make those all strong so you can use them fluently. All right. Let's see here if we have... so I have let's see. All right. All right, so Red Kid again, translation allows a word to automatically call up a foreign word, but we don't talk like that. English words need to call up, yeah. So the whole point is yes. So if you're thinking, if you learn through translations, you will think about translations when you speak. That's correct. All right, so I have a problem with that when I'm writing an email at work and I write in English and then translate into Spanish just to make sure it makes sense. I know that I don't know how to stop doing it. Yeah, it just means spend more time with the language as a native would learn it. That's it. So that's what I'm doing here. So this video, this whole video we're doing here together, this is an example of how you should be learning. We've taken two phrases. So we have to go under. It's just one link in the chain of the vocabulary you know. And then we have like to be in the same boat. So each one of these, this is a chain link. This is a chain link right here. And as you get fluent, you will use those more naturally in conversations. So this is what we do in Fluent for Life, where we're giving you vocabulary, helping you understand it like a native, but you're seeing that again and again in many different ways. All right, it's me, the learner. My name is Hamad, by the way. Okay, preposition. I don't know what that, if that's referring to something. Helen says, I'm in a serious situation here. In the past, I didn't focus on the grammar structure, and I was not stuck. I could get my message across. Now I'm studying grammar for a test and I feel confused. Yes, so if you're, depending on how you learn, I don't know enough about your situation, Helen, but if you're learning grammar like a native speaker, so like you're learning grammar, you notice there's grammar in this. So you can't really separate vocabulary from grammar. If you have two words together, that's grammar. It just means the rules of how you connect the vocabulary. So often if you're learning it like a native does, you come to understand it over time by connecting it with situations. It's like, look, they're in the same boat. They are in the same boat. That's grammar. We're talking about the preposition of where somebody is. But without me giving you like a textbook lesson about prepositions, I can just show you, look at that. Like here's a boat. So here they're under the boat. All right, now they're in the boat. Now they're next to the boat. And this is what you do with little kids when you're teaching them their native language. So you don't explain what a preposition is, you just show them the words and help them understand from the situation. That's what this little circle is up here. The situation. All right, good evening, teacher. I just entered in the classroom. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I try not to think about this as a classroom. I know there's a board up here, but things. I actually have I have whiteboard wallpaper in my house, so I can write on my wall, and my kids, like I'll teach them things like this too. But it's not like a classroom. It's just, oh, look at it. Let's write something or show you how it works like native. But even a simple translation of 4 languages still has words that do not fit or do not make sense to add a meaningless reason without a function in the English sentence, really. Yes. So again, another good reason not to use translations. All right. So hopefully everybody watching this video is on the same page. Hopefully you are reading from the same hymn sheet about how you should be learning. All right. People come to my channel because they want to learn like a native, rather than just get a bunch of vocabulary and forget it. All right, greetings from Yokohama. Yoroshiku, says Tsubasa. Beautiful day out here. Yes, it's pretty nice in Nagasaki. It's a little bit cloudy here, but it's a nice day, a little bit chilly. Julian, again, the idea is to ruminate, chew the vocabulary, internalize the expressions. You are a great guide. Yes, that is it exactly. All right, you want to really get into it. You want to understand the vocabulary like a native. All right, even better than a native. Now you should be able to go to a native and explain what this means. It's like, oh look, we're on the same page. A native speaker says, what? What do you mean we're on the same page? It's like, yeah, we think the same way. We think the same. And this is how new vocabulary is created, or how we might take vocabulary and then use it in a new way. All right, but it's still the same situation. So look at that, like you and I are both reading from the same physical page over here. We're still reading from the same page. All right. Let's see. All right. Hi from Seoul. Korean and Japanese are so poor at English. Why is that? Asks Yoon-hee, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Koreans and Japanese, I don't know so much about Korea, but I can tell you about Japanese people, and this is maybe broadly for like East Asians as well. But number one, for communication, I guess the most basic thing is that they don't learn this way. So they spend a lot of time reviewing vocabulary through their native language. So Japanese kids, if you look at a Japanese textbook from elementary school, a lot of the vocabulary is in Japanese. And then they're also using Japanese translations for learning pronunciation. So like my name in Japanese, I'll write it down here for you. Here. Try to write it clearly. So this is do-ryu. And it sounds funny, but like the English in my name, this sound here, the R, dr, is not in Japanese. And so it just won't fit in the language, and so they just use this. So people have a hard time with my name, and sometimes I just say, oh, call me Andy. I don't really like that name, but it's easier for Japanese people to say, Andy. Dodyu. It sounds like a drill, Dodyu. But anyway, so that's the first problem, and this is people all over the world. So Germans are learning English through German, and it's the same thing most places. But the additional thing is the worry about making mistakes. So it's a really frustrating problem, especially like for Koreans and Japanese, maybe Chinese as well. But you have all these doubts about the language because you're learning it through your native language. So like this, like people see my name and they don't know how to read it because they never learned how to read it correctly. So they're thinking in the Japanese way of reading it is like do you. And I say, no, it's Drew. And so very few people are able to say my name, even like my mother-in-law. It's funny to see my two daughters. So their pronunciation is perfect, and they can switch between Japanese and English pronunciation very easily. And so they will correct like people in the house about how to say it. They're like, no, don't say it like that. Say it like this. And these are 4-year-old or my 7-year-old daughter doing that. So you got the problem of like worry and people not wanting to make mistakes. So that's a very, very strong thing, especially in Japan, probably in Korea as well. I heard an interesting story. I'm kind of taking too long about this, but I know a lot of people have this problem. There was a study done about airplane crashes. And so what different countries were having more problems with airplane crashes. And they found like South Korea was number one for airplane crashes. And people were trying to figure out why that was. Why is South Korea like higher than any place else in like having airplane crashes? And they found a pilot, so a Korean pilot and a Korean co-pilot, if the co-pilot notices a problem, he won't say anything to the pilot because it's like part of the culture that they won't say anything about that. And so they had to kind of retrain a lot of the pilots to make sure it's okay. Like maybe culturally you have a very strong, like I am higher than you socially, but in the airplane, we really want to make sure people can communicate well so they don't crash the airplane. So there are cultural reasons why people might struggle with learning languages, but the nice thing about this is anybody can do this anywhere. Okay, so I teach this if I'm talking with Japanese people and I have the opportunity to teach them something in English. And so this is why I teach my children this way. This is why I teach you all online in the same way. All right. All right. Do you speak fast English or not? You're asking me, do I speak fast English or not? Well, I could, yeah. I could speak much faster than I'm speaking right now. But most people would probably not understand me. Are you teaching live regularly? I teach maybe once or twice a week on YouTube just because it's fun for me to come on and teach. I enjoy teaching. I don't have a private class or a classroom anymore, so I do this. And of course, like for the people that don't care about having me live, they just want to get fluent as fast as possible. This is what we do in Fluent for Life. If you'd like to learn more about that, you can click on the link in the description below this video. All right, so I wish you had been my English teacher. Our teachers taught us to do translation and advise us to study grammar. Yeah. And this is what most people do, because in school, often you don't need to speak. You just need to pass a test. So teachers are doing, what they think is the kind of fastest, easiest thing that they know how to do. And often, a lot of English teachers, actually, they are also not feeling very confident about the language. And many English teachers could not explain the language like this, even like a high-level English teacher who's a non-native. So in Japan, there are lots of Japanese English teachers who don't really feel very confident themselves about teaching the language, unfortunately. So do you, okay, I was asking, answered that already. So Lima, nice to see you there again. I know all grammar rules. I know 20,000 words in English. I don't speak fluently. Let's see, because I know them one by